Roll call.
Regional Chair Redmond.
Present.
Councillor Craig.
Present.
Councillor Deutschman. Councillor Erb.
Present.
Councillor Foxton.
Present.
Councillor Harris. Councillor Hunick.
Present.
Chair James.
Present.
Councillor Liggett.
Present.
Councillor McCabe.
Present.
Councillor Nowak.
Present.
Councillor Salonen.
Present.
Councillor Shantz. Councillor Verbanovich.
Present.
Councillor Williams.
Present.
And Councillor Wolf. Thank you.
Excellent. I'd like to do our territorial acknowledgement. And I think it's very important. I'm just going to pause for a second. I know we've read this acknowledgement a few times today, but we are starting the Planning and Works Committee. We've had our strategic plan discussion, thinking about the land that we are currently on, our time and place, and really being mindful of the decisions that are being made about the land, and recognizing and acknowledging the histories of the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabe, and the neutral people, and always being mindful that we share and steward this land with them. So with that, I would like to ask if there are any declarations of pecuniary interest. Okay, seeing none. Presentations, I don't see any presentations. We do have delegations, and just want to make council and those listening and present aware. We do have a need sometimes to provide presentations for accessibility purposes, and for those with accommodations, we need to ensure that presentations are given 24 hours notice. I have made some exceptions today regarding that, but I think it should be known and on the record that we do need 24 hours notice for presentations. So being mindful of that to ensure that everybody has access to the information and is able to process that. So we will now proceed with delegations as listed on the agenda. I would like to remind all delegations of some guidelines for participation. For those who are joining in person, please proceed to the podium. When you are called upon to speak, please press the button on the base of the microphone to turn it on. If the light is green, the microphone is on. For those who are joining us electronically, please leave your video camera turned off and your microphone audio muted until you are called upon to speak. You will have 5 minutes. Anyone who is registered after the deadline will receive 3 minutes. If you conduct yourself in any of the following manners, it will result in an immediate removal from the meeting: interrupting councillors, staff, or other delegations, derogatory statements about councillors, staff, or others, turning your camera on at inappropriate times, and hate speech or defamatory comments. And one last reminder for delegations, please do not take offense if there are no questions following your presentation. This is council's time to listen, reflect, and if we do, we will ask some questions for clarification. For committee, I would like you to note that some of the reports and delegations that are speaking today are speaking on items on the consent agenda. If you would like to ask questions of staff after the delegations regarding one of these reports, please request that it be pulled off the consent agenda. Otherwise, we will deal with it all within one motion. Okay, so first delegation, Jane Richard.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Richard, and I'm the owner of 215 Lancaster Street West in Kitchener, and the president of a much-valued nonprofit organization. Many of our clients, owing to physical or other constraints, rely on private vehicles or public transportation. Notably, our volunteers and board members already grapple with limited parking during our regular meetings. Curtailing the parking further, as proposed, would severely impact our essential service accessibility. We sincerely appreciate the Council's thoughtful decisions to keep the highway off-ramp and the popular bus route on this corridor. It is evident that the community's needs have been understood. Since 2 of the 3 reconstruction proposals have been cancelled, what implications does it have with the third, i.e., removing parking on the street? In my prior communications, I expressed deep concerns about the suggestion to construct bike lanes by sacrificing a part of the frontage of 215 Lancaster Street West. This proposal is met with resistance also from various property owners who have already closed or sold due to its potential aftermath of property loss, diminished parking, and traffic bottlenecks. As an aside, I will be thinking about where to shovel sidewalk snow between my retaining wall, boulevard, at least one curb and gutter, cycle track to the through lane, all on both sides of the street. Foresight tells us that introducing bike lanes at the cost of parking might result in more traffic congestion, while the bike lanes themselves may remain sparsely used. Additionally, my property adheres to R6 zoning regulations. The proposed road expansion would place undue challenges on us. I hope the council acknowledges this. Our community's pressing need at the reconstruction project from the beginning is the essential upgrade of the current water and sewage infrastructure, an investment that will directly uplift our residents' well-being. In conclusion, I do not want to lose any driveway parking square footage and street parking. I appeal to the council to preserve the existing parking on Lancaster Street West. Our shared goal should encompass adaptations that holistically cater to residents, businesses, and service entities alike. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jane. I do not see any questions. Oh, Councillor Deutschmann? All right, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good morning, or good afternoon, sorry. Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering, how much is proposed to be taken off the end of your driveway?
6 to 8 feet, but it will impact the parking in my driveway.
Sorry, how much?
6 to 8, I'm sorry,
6 to
8 to 10, 8 to 10 feet.
Oh, 8 to 10 feet.
Yeah, and there would be a retainer wall where we have a deep slope there.
Depends on which proposal, I guess.
Yeah, there could be even two, there's supposed to be a colored curb and gutters as well. I don't know if it's going to be directly in front of our place, but we've got a whole lot of places there that need to be plowed.
Okay, but 6 to 8, so I'm assuming that's correct, because I don't see anyone saying that that's incorrect, so
That's what we were
thank you for
told.
that information. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Jane. Seeing no other questions of this delegation, I'm going to move on to Patrick Bergsma and Janice Jim. And you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to let us speak with you. We're board members of CycleWR, a cycling advocacy group in the region. CycleWR strongly supports this project. With so few cycling connections across the parkway, this is a welcome upgrade. We are also pleased with the side-by-side design with the cycle track, buffer, and sidewalk forming one connected solid surface. The protected intersection at Union and Lancaster is another excellent design element. We do have some comments and suggestions for improvement, but they relate to specific details only. We are very supportive of the overall project. Slip lanes. The plan leaves 5 slip lanes in place. The parkway exit and entrance ramps are the most dangerous, as speeds could be very high. If the exit and entrance ramps remain in place, we think changing one or preferably both to T-junctions with the stoplight would be a much safer design. We understand the intersection of Lancaster and Bridgeport is out of scope for this project. We hope that when the intersection is redesigned, the 2 slip lanes can be removed and protected intersection principles can be applied. This may require a realignment of Bridgeport to create a crossing that is closer to 90-degree angles. We think that is well worth considering. Similarly, when the intersection of Wellington and Lancaster is fully redesigned, the slip lane there should be removed. Road lane width. The proposed driving lanes are 4 to 4.2 meters wide, much wider than the normal width of 3.35 meters for lanes that have buses. We understand this policy of extra wide lanes is in place because regional roads that are truck routes and have high traffic volumes are plowed by snowplows that are too large for a single 3.35 meter lane. While this policy may be beneficial in some ways, it clearly goes against complete street principles in 2 respects. First, the wide lanes will encourage speeding, reducing safety for all road users. Second, it reduces the space available for active transportation by 1.3 meters. In this facility, adding that space could increase both the cycle track and the sidewalk to 1.8 meters, much more connections at north and south ends. At the north end, there's an obvious need for a safe connection to the Bridge Street painted bike lane facility and the Bridgeport Public School. We are pleased to see that you will look at this, which only requires a protected facility as far north as Shirk Place as you complete the design for Herb and Bridgeport project. We think either a bidirectional facility on the west side of Lancaster or unidirectional facilities within a safe crossing at Shirk Place would work well. If you must avoid moving the utility poles on the west side, a bidirectional facility on the east side with a safe crossing at Shirk Place would be our third preference. At the south end, the new facility does not connect to any other significant cycling facility. A connection to Victoria Street would likely lead to substantially higher utilization of the Lancaster facility. This section from Wellington to Victoria has a maximum of 18,000 average cars per day. This level can be supported by 2 lanes, 1 in each direction, and certainly by 2 lanes with a center turn lane. The current 4 lanes in that section are not required, which would leave room to build a protected cycling facility in that space. We believe this should be seriously considered now, unless there's a clearly identified larger project that will consider this section in the short term. Protection on the Parkway Bridge. The drawings appear to show just buffered, painted bike lanes on the Parkway Bridge itself. This is an unfortunate gap in an otherwise well-protected new facility. We would much prefer a continuation of a raised cycle track, or failing that, concrete barriers as on Margaret Avenue. Bridgeport Road intersection. We understand you are deferring the overall plan for the Bridgeport Road intersection to the Bridgeport Road project. We're still concerned that the plan ends the safe bike lanes before Bridgeport Road East and not at Bridgeport Road East. We recommend adding an
Janice, just
extension
wanna-
of...
sorry to interrupt, Janice, just wrap it
Okay,
up.
I'm just going
Thank
to finish
you.
this last section. And not at Bridgeport Road East. We recommend adding an extension of the cycle track on both sides all the way to the pedestrian crossing at Bridgeport Road, Riverbend Drive. So we did send in the comments, I didn't get to finish, but overall Cycle WR is very supportive, and we just have some comments and feedback. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Janice. I have a couple of questions from councilors. Councilor Huniak?
Chair James, I'm not sure that the delegation is going to be staff.
I'm not on. Thank you. Thank you, Chair James. I'm not sure that the delegation could answer this, but I wonder if staff could. The arguments presented, or the comments presented, I should say, seem very well reasoned to me, and so I'm just kind of wondering, from staff's perspective, what would be the obstacles to proceeding in this manner?
So Chantel, I'm going to park this question if it's a question for staff.
Sounds
We'll
good.
pull the report from consent, okay?
Okay.
And you can ask that in a few.
Great. Thanks.
Councilor Deutschman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. This is another person, okay. Patrick, okay. So I just wanted to check, so on the recommended design, when I look at it, it suggests a 4.0 meter through lane width. And in your proposal, were you suggesting that it could be smaller?
Yes, that's what we're proposing. That could be potentially smaller. We did get some comments back from the planning staff that would need to be looked at more in the future, as we heard. But yeah, it seems like that might be possible, but that might again change to more higher changes versus than just this one singular project.
All right, yeah, I appreciate that, because, there's obviously concerns about how much land is being taken, et cetera, so a lot of competing interests, but thanks for that clarification, and I'll ask staff to comment on that after. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. I see no further questions. Dan Clemens? And Keith Rivers.
Good afternoon, Chair James and committee members. My name is Keith Rivers. I am here with Dan Clements today representing Citizens for Cambridge. The This picture is of our management committee, so you know who we are. You may know some of these people. Please note that Bob Howison is a key member of our group and very committed to Cambridge. However, he wants us to advise you that he lives outside the City of Cambridge boundary. Citizens for Cambridge is a group of citizens applying both thought and effort to better our community in progressive ways. We are not experts, but doing research and listening to experts is at the core of our volunteer work. We'd like to start by expressing our appreciation for the support of Regional Chair Karen Redmond and Regional Council for finishing the LRT. We know you want to honor commitments made to Cambridge years ago. A finished LRT will connect our region from one end to the other and make it even more of a juggernaut community with boundless potential for generations to come. So again, thank you all. We would also want to thank regional staff who have spent thousands of hours in research, design, and an extensive review process for the LRT that have led us to where we are today. Thank you and well done. Today, we ask you to stay the course. Be aggressive and relentless with current and future challenges. Don't allow the project to get sidetracked by last-minute objections and roadblocks. We've been working on this for over a decade. Let's get it done. Further, we understand that the City of Cambridge is in the midst of a strategic plan review, and Cambridge Council will be involved in that process soon. We will be encouraging them to make the Cambridge LRT a top priority in any such revised plan.
Thank you. Personal note, when I first heard of the idea of an LRT in our region all those years ago, I was an LRT skeptic. Who will use it? It's likely to be very expensive, et cetera. But I visited the first storyboard public LRT presentation that was a visionary presentation. As I walked around looking at all the potential benefits to my community, I became an LRT supporter. My main area of interest at the time was Hesper Road. The LRT-centric plans shown offered an aspirational view very different from the pretty horrible current state. This is still a major benefit of the Cambridge LRT. The potential to, over time, migrate Hesper Road from a freeway with strip malls and few residents into a thriving multi-use community that people call home. We all know about the huge economic benefits that come from multi-use communities versus strip malls and parking lots.
Our next topic is Terminus. It's critical that the terminus be in downtown Galt. We all recognize the similarity of downtown Galt to European towns. Anyone concerned with downtown Galt streets being too narrow or preserving the feel of downtown Galt can easily visit European towns to see a modern LRT as a critical component that draws visitors and residents alike to a thriving heritage downtown. We want this for downtown Galt. We are all committed to supporting the exciting revitalization of downtown Galt. It's working. Great progress is being made as we speak. Imagine the LRT delivering thousands of people en masse to downtown Galt for events such as we just experienced with the wonderful activities at the Gaslight District. There are many more activities and events to come. We're just getting started. Downtown Galt is a destination. Kudos to Terry Polyuk, Omar Kak, and other committed developers who paved the way by investing in downtown Galt before it became fashionable again. Kudos to Doug Craig for spearheading the now critical Craig's Crossing Bridge, Hamilton Theatre, and more. Kudos to Scott Higgins for his vision of what can be done with his fantastic Gaslight District and Build Now 10,000 home building initiatives. It's happening now. Kudos to Cambridge Council for committing to place-making strategy that will lead to more people using the LRT in the future. In summary, considering anything other than a downtown Galt terminus is wasting time and completely unacceptable. Please cancel this idea now.
We hear a lot about the cost.
Sorry, you were out of time.
Okay, well, I'll just quickly wrap up. We submit that the Cambridge LRT is more accurately
Dan
an
Clements,
investment
we have
rather than
a lot
a...
of speakers today, so unfortunately, I'm going to have to stop. You can send in your remarks to council, okay? Yeah.
Move to give the delegation an extra minute.
Hold on a second, Dan. I'm going to get clarification from clerks on something, okay?
You could extend it by,
So we didn't go fast enough. It's not much like I wasn't paying attention.
30 seconds.
Okay, Dan, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to summarize what you have to say, just because of the nature of this
That'll
conversation.
work. Thank
Keep
you
it
very
brief, and
much.
I will cut you off after 30 seconds.
No
Thank you.
problem. We hear a lot about the cost of the LRT. We submit that the Cambridge LRT is more accurately an investment in our region's future. Yes, the investment will be big, but the payback will be many times more. In closing, you are our elected leaders. We urge you to pursue the right thing for future generations in our region. We urge you to discard any last-minute roadblocks that cause delays and perhaps may jeopardize the whole project. We urge you to be the councillors who leave a legacy of finishing the LRT and not the councillors who left it incomplete. To quote previous regional councillor Tom Galloway from his Cambridge LRT op-ed of just a few days ago, onward to Cambridge. Thank you very
Dan.
much for listening and the time that you offered me.
I have one question from Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. Gentlemen, I was actually going to ask if there's anything you had to leave out that you would like to reiterate at this point in time. I totally concur. This is a obligation and a promise that was made Cambridge years ago, and we look at the billions of dollars that have been invested in the Kitchener-Waterloo corridor, and I think we are already seeing that anticipated uptick in Cambridge, and I think that it's absolutely essential that we do this. So thank you for coming in and adding citizens' voices to this initiative.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan and Keith. Okay, Adam Cooper. Yeah. And just so council is aware, Adam does have a few images that he submitted after the deadline that he would like to share for council. It's quite a few images, so our discussion.
It's super quick. And
Thank you.
before you start the clock, I just want to say a huge, greetings to everybody. Good afternoon. I'm Cambridge Councillor Adam Cooper. Thank you, Chair James, for permitting that. That was me that got in these pictures a little too late, and I really appreciate the accommodation. I also hope you give me the slightest little leeway with time, because I'm trying to represent my constituents on one particular item here, the Cambridge Truck Bypass. There are two distinct elements in it that I need to speak to. I'm not sure if I can get through in 2.5 minutes with each one. As I mentioned, this is about the Cambridge Truck Bypass. I have some concerns. The main part being the elimination of what we were hoping to get in Cambridge, which is to have Concession Street and Main added to the areas that are prohibited from trucks. The reason for this is this road, it may look on a map as a nice convenient regional road that for this case would be useful to use. This is a very thin, small, one lane each way residential road. It is 2 kilometers long, the whole section of Concession Main, 2 kilometers long, top to bottom residences. These pictures here, these are actually just to show you, just to get you familiar with Concession Street. I want you to take a look at how close that home is to that truck. If you can go to the next one. Okay, with the same here. If you can actually go through these at a decent pace. This is what is thundering by. Oh, slow down. That is done. That's actually, go back there. That one, the one just done, that's actually done from someone's doorstep. I talked to somebody there who said that they actually have, I asked them their opinions on this. They said that the trucks thundering by shake their house consistently, which is what I've heard from all the people on this street. She actually stated she had her grandmother's hutch that contains, plates and glasses. She has to be careful when she opens it because the vibrations actually shake the plates, so that if she opens it without looking, they will fall out. If you can go through there again. Go to the next one. That's another one. Look how close. There are homes that are about 15 feet. This home here, look how close that is to the road. That's there. Go to the next one. This is the same home in the background. That's what came by a few seconds later. Go again. This is what came by after that. This is how close they are. The vibration and noise is terrible. Again, this is a residential street. Could you go to the next one, please? Okay, that is the view that you get when you're walking along the sidewalk. Okay, now I want to state to you, see there, I want to put this picture in here, because there's a car on each side. This school's by here. I want you to picture somebody on a bicycle riding next to that truck. And I have a video coming up that shows you exactly what does happen when that occurs. Okay? And also, if anyone wants to cross this road, anyone that lives near there, as I do, knows that there's people just playing Frogger across this road consistently, because there are only 3 crosswalks along this entire 2-kilometer stretch. The first kilometer has 0. There are no crosswalks. If you can go to the next one, please. Okay, that's just another one to show. Imagine someone with a bike next to that. Next one, please. This here, as anyone in Cambridge know, and maybe you in KW don't know, this is a huge section of Concession Street on the west end. That is one side of it. That sidewalk, as you can see, it's got to be about like this. Could you go to the next one? That's someone that's walking their bike on the road because of how thin it is. There is a that's to show you how thin it is. Again, keep going. That there is the sidewalk, and then how it turns into that section of the road. There is no crosswalk there. That is what people walk along when these trucks are thundering by. And these aren't the trucks that are going to be coming if you do this. These are the trucks that are already doing it. If you can go to the next one, there may be a video. Oh, I think it's 17. Yes. Can you go to the beginning of that, please? So this is what happens when somebody comes along the other way. There's somebody coming along the other way. They have to walk onto the road to get by, and then they have to do the same thing. Imagine trucks coming along. Now, that is a 2-lane section that's very small. It turns into 1 lane after that. If you can keep going. There's about 3 other very, very short videos that you can see, and I'll be done with this. Because I want you to see what happens when you ride bikes along this road. No, keep going. Next video, we don't need this one. In fact, you're probably best to go after the end one, the very last one, because I know we're short on time here. If you can go to the very last one. This is what happens when you ride a bike, and there's a car coming the other way, so the truck, you can barely see it, but there is a car coming the other way. The truck can't move over, and he's going slow because of the bus. He came so close to me, I could have touched him if I wanted to. And that's him going incredibly slowly. That's what it's like on that road. This is not a regular big road. Okay, this is the problem that exists there right now. Okay, and what I'm trying to avoid is having even more trucks going there. If only we had a bypass to stop these trucks going down there, we do have that. It's called McQueen-Shaver Boulevard. I urge you to amend what you're doing to add that to this. Okay, and at the same time, to actually look at the levels of the decibel levels on McQueen-Shaver Boulevard and not take what is essentially, as has been backed up by the police, a 1.5 kilometer drag strip and putting what your staff is requesting, tiny little sound wall at one end, tiny little one at the other, and somehow assume that the bit in the middle is not going to cause any problems. It's causing a lot of problems. So please, I urge you to change not go with your staff recommendation. Go with the detours that you have. They're wonderful. Add Concession Street, and please do the full wall on McQueen-Shaver Boulevard. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Adam. I do have a question from Councillor Hunick.
Yes. through you, Chair. Thank you for your delegation today. I wasn't able to see your visuals, but I do think that I got your point, and I do think that I agree with you. Just for notes on accessibility, if you don't have time to provide your presentation in advance, you can always describe visuals too. Either way, it makes it accessible for those of us that can't see. So thank you very much.
Oh, no, probably totally understood. Again, I apologize for getting them in so late.
Thank you. No, I just want to
I'll do
provide
better
a
next time.
strategy for future reference. Thanks.
Thank you, Adam. We have Susan Shackleton.
Thank you.
Susan, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to address you today. On page 5 of the report, the final report, it states that the noise study concluded that the additional trucks would warrant the implementation of noise walls along approximately only 240 meters of McQueen-Shaver Boulevard at the cost of $624,000. The two sections with the warranted noise walls along McQueen-Shaver are at the back of 129 to 157 and 407 to 427 Langlaw Drive. I live at 281, that leaves my home out. And I was totally heartbroken and crushed when I read that. I have been living with the hope that because there were conversations that if the truck bypass was enacted, it would be very possible that a wall would be warranted along the full road. Further, it states in that that the reason only two sections are warranted is because of the slope of McQueen-Shaver Boulevard and that the grade of the houses' backyards. The provision of a continuous noise wall along the entire 1.5 kilometer length of the houses fronting Langlaw Drive, including the sections that are not warranted under the region's noise policy, would cost approximately $3.9 million. This shows, I think, that a wall is able to be erected along the sloping parts, since there is the number there showing what it would cost to do that. According to the Regional Noise Policy, Section 4.4, the final decision concerning the funding and installation of a proposed noise barrier will be made by Regional Council in conjunction with the road design approval. Under the financial implications of the same report, the region's approved 2023 to 2032 Transportation Capital Program includes a budget of $4,114,000 in 2023 for the McQueen-Shaver Boulevard from Water Street to Franklin Boulevard, to be funded from the Roads Regional Development Charges Reserve Fund. Based on most recent estimated costs, there is sufficient budget to accommodate the staff recommendation of warranted noise walls. Final cost, of course, would be subject to the tender. Should traffic projections in future years manifest, additional noise walls could become warranted. Would it not be prudent to build the complete wall now, especially since the DBA of the majority of the homes along the section that's not included is less than 1 decibel from the 60, as is shown in Appendix E of that report? In modeling studies, there is a margin for error which should be taken into account, especially since we are talking about less than 1 decibel here. These studies, as well as actual sound measuring programs, average out the sounds over a time span, and the DBA is less than 1 decibel from 60 decibels. Councillors, when these cars, trucks, and motorcycles pass our homes, our ears and our brains are not averaging out that noise. We are hearing it in real time. We are here, I live pretty much in the middle of this roadway, and it is one of the level areas along the road. Many of the vehicles passing the homes in my area are often gearing up or gearing down because in order to keep their speed, they have to increase power, and the RPMs of the engines create an increased decibel level. If Concession Street, as was talked about before, is granted inclusion into this downtown bypass, that would also increase, not a lot of trucks, but it would increase some of the truck volume on the McQueen-Shaver Boulevard, which I think would in turn increase the decibels to the 60 or more. Of course, I don't know that for sure. This road has decreased my quality of life. I experience increased anxiety, hypertension, stress, and sleep disturbance since this road has been opened. And I fear that if a wall is not installed, that these things will continue to increase, especially because my hope of a wall ever being built will be taken away. I'm sorry. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "When you have lost hope, you have lost everything." I cannot enjoy my backyard. I cannot work in my flower or vegetable gardens or entertain friends and family in my backyard because of the level of the noise from this roadway. I'm appealing to you, councillors, who has stated above from the report that the final decision concerning the funding and installation of a proposed noise barrier will be made by Regional Council. Please, I am asking that you decide in favor of a wall all along the roadway, alleviating the increased anxiety, stress, and sleep disturbances, not just of myself, but others who live along there, and give residents along this roadway a reduction in the noise levels and improved quality of life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, I have a few, just hold on a second. I do have a few councillors who have some questions. Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I do appreciate you coming here. It's not easy to speak to such an ominous crowd like us, so I
It's
understand
true.
your feelings.
I feel intimidated, but
Would you be prepared with your community to sit down and further discuss the noise walls and have a review of the policies that we now have in place?
well, that we don't really have a committee. There are a number of people who are opposed or who want this wall, yeah, like, I mean, we know the policies, we've been shown the policies and that kind of thing. I know that 60 decibels is what it talks about, but as I stated, a lot of these modelings can have margin for error, and I know in the original EA study, the road was set to be, the speed was set to be 70, and it was dropped down to 60 because of the fact that 70 would cause a wall to be built. If you do build the wall, you can raise the speed limit to 70 then, because then you would have the wall in place in the 70 speed limit, which might alleviate a lot of the speeders, because living on that road, very, very few people are doing 60 kilometers. That includes the big aggregate trucks and the dump trucks and the double dump trucks that are going down that roadway, and they're using them quite a bit because they're coming from North Dumfries, they're coming down that road, quite a lot. I don't know if I answered your question.
I think you have, and I think you've extended in terms of giving us a good perspective of what you're experiencing. If I may, Madam Chair, as a follow-up question to staff, if I may, if we pull the item of the noise walls out of today's motion, can we still proceed with the going ahead with the bypass, the truck diversion, and study the noise walls for a period of time in terms of looking at the policies?
Okay, so.
Sorry.
Oh.
He was looking at me, so I thought he was asking me.
Doug, fabulous question. Can we just park that until we get to the report?
I parked it, thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Okay, Councillor Wolf.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Susan, for your report, and I too sympathize with what you're going through. Just to be clear, is there only 1 decibel difference between you having a wall and you not having a wall?
Yes, there's less than 1 decibel, actually, between a wall and no wall for me and a number of other homes along that, like the middle section. It seems like they're going to put a wall up at the beginning and put a wall up at the end, and then in the middle, everybody is just left to do what they need to do. Some are at 5.16 or 59.16. I didn't bring the actual numbers, but there's quite a few that it's over 59 for a number of those homes in the middle.
Okay. And from your research, there was the budget there when they were building the road?
Yeah, under the financial implications, it does state that the Transportation Capital Program budget of $4,115,000 in 2023 for the McQueen-Shaver Boulevard from Water Street to Franklin Boulevard. So I'm understanding, according to this report, that there is, you've looked at that, and because it's only, according to this, approximately 3.9, you budgeted for over 4 million. So I'm hoping, my hope is, I'm hoping again that, that it might be something that council would consider, just because of it's less than 1 decibel. I know that the policy says 60, but for just like half a decibel or 3/4 of a decibel, it makes a lot of difference on the impact of our lives and our livelihood, or not our livelihood, but on our living in these homes along this roadway.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and thank you, Susan, and I totally understand what you're going through. I thought we had gone for the complete wall. I know not this term of council, but last council, we voted for the complete wall, and I'm surprised that it's not being done. I think a lot of us are aware of the traffic on Queen Shafer Boulevard. There's a farm right at the end of Queen Shafer Boulevard in 24, which has had cars going into their field.
Yeah.
And the minister is quite concerned about 24 in itself, and I'm meeting with her twice in the next week or so to discuss 24 and where Queen Shafer Boulevard is. So I'm hoping that we can deal with this. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate all your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Seeing no further questions, moving on to Jeff McCowan. I think Councillor Craig, sorry.
Well, okay, well, I'm going to follow up if I may. Remember we parked it somewhere?
The question that you have.
Question staff. I'm
Hold
interested.
on, Councillor Craig. We are going to discuss the report in a little bit, and at that point, then we can ask staff the questions, the technical questions all about this. Okay?
Thanks for correcting me.
Jeff, you're up next. I think you're joining us virtually.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Turn my camera on. I did send a presentation and I don't know if you have it there.
Yes, Clerks is just pulling it up. Just bear with us a moment.
Okay. Perfect. I just want to say that thanks to council and also to the transit department for redoing the sound study and taking a look at this again for our area. I know that the truck diversion thing kind of added to that, but I do appreciate it took the time to redo this study because there was a lot of complaints with the old studies that was done for this road. Next slide, please. Can you move to the next slide? I can't control it. Are you there? So I'm going to recap a lot of the stuff that Susan said so passionately. But the noise study that was just redone was done using a 60 km/h speed limit for this road. And that's right in line with what the noise policy states, right? It says when you do these sound tests and assessments, you use the actual posted speed limit. But I think everyone here is aware that that doesn't actually represent the speeds that are being observed on the McQueen-Shaver Boulevard. Next slide. The actual average speed right now is around 72 kilometers. And I want to be clear that there's very few vehicles that are doing the 60 km/h that's posted, right? We see the 60 km/h when there's a police officer sitting on the median, and so we can tell the difference. Plus, I want to point out too that I think that everyone's aware that police officers don't generally ticket people that are doing 10 or 15 over, right? It's when you hit that 15 kilometer mark over, they pull you over. And additionally, we are still seeing on a daily basis cars exceeding 100 km/h every day. we see this. Next slide. I added this slide. I won't go into too much detail about it, but this is from a news story earlier this year. 23 charges in a 3-hour period on a Sunday night. That's extreme. That tells a story about what's going on this road and what residents are experiencing, right? These speeds are far from the 60-kilometer-an-hour limit that's being used in the sound study. Next slide. So onto the new sound study here. So the new sound study included 128 homes. And yes, in that study, it says that 8 homes qualify for sound mitigation as per our policy. And that's what Susan was referencing. However, we need to remember that these traffic models are only as good as the data we plug into them. An example of this is that the current truck traffic right now on this road is sitting at around 8%. And that is quite a bit higher than the original study that was used to build the road. So that tells us there is some error margin when we do these things. The current study also shows us that there's about 80 homes. It's exactly 80 homes along the bypass that are less than 1 decibel. So out of the 128, 80 homes are less than 1 decibel away from requiring sound mitigation. That's 63% of all homes on this road. So I guess what I would say here is, are we willing to accept that this model data, because it's not based on actual numbers right now, this model data, is it accurate enough that in 10 years time it'll still be correct and we won't require a sound wall? I wouldn't bet on that. Next slide, please. I can agree that the current sound study is correct, right? It follows the region's policy. However, it doesn't represent real world conditions. Most importantly, it doesn't account for actual vehicle speeds. And if we had included these additional trucks from the truck diversion study in the original study when we built the road, it is more than likely it would have required sound walls and sound mitigation. Next slide, please. In closing, I guess I want to ask council to consider what the actual conditions on the MSB are when deciding if residents should receive sound mitigation. You know, while I agree that, you know, we have policies for a reason and we should follow our policies, the policies shouldn't permit us to ignore actual real life conditions. And more importantly, they shouldn't prevent us from doing what is right for our communities. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I have a question from Councillor Hunig. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this very valuable insight today of the past few delegations. I'm not a fan of Donald Trump, but I've always wanted to say, I think we should build the wall.
Okay, Councillor, no question for the delegation. Okay. All right, moving along, we have next Brian Kennedy. So Brian Kennedy is listed twice on the agenda. He is speaking to 2 separate reports. So I've provided the allowance for 5 minutes each to speak to the reports. The only caveat of this is only to speak to the issue you are speaking to at hand. Do not mix the two in your 5-minute presentations. Brian, you are up next. Brian, you're joining us virtually, so go ahead when you're ready.
And thank you. Certainly, I'm not sure if I'll need the full time, so I'll start with the one and then make my way through the other. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members, council and staff. I'm here today to share the Downtown Cambridge BIA's full support for the staff report and the motion in front of you surrounding the diversion of trucks from Ainsley Street and Water Street in downtown Cambridge Historic Belt. As I'm sure you all know, as for far too long, downtown Cambridge community of small businesses, our property owners, the residents that live above the businesses and visitors alike have had to endure the heavy truck traffic through our downtown. It has had tremendous negative effects on business retention, growth, and prosperity of our small business community. Truck traffic has strained or stalled our collective investments in infrastructure and core area revitalization. Few other actions that we take could be as transformative as supporting the truck diversion from downtown Cambridge. Truck traffic in downtown Cambridge has significant safety concerns that we believe has only grown in recent years as we've had more people living, working, and visiting downtown. Many of those investments in the recent year have done so with today's diversion plan in mind, a pending promise given time and time again for decades that when an alternative route was constructed, it would come true. We urge the committee and council to move forward with staff's recommendation and begin implementing the truck diversion plan and the outline timeline that staff have provided. We're very grateful for the prompt review of this item by the committee and council and the imminent timeline outlined by staff for implementation. We're not here today to speak about decisions on the noise barriers along McQueen-Shaver Boulevard or the inclusion of Concession Street in the diversion, but we are asking that any decision made today not delay the diversion of trucks from Water Street and Ainsley Street and the timeline outlined in staff's report. If passed, we will work with staff and Region of Waterloo Police on next steps in their communication efforts. We will also work with businesses downtown on a long-term plan to see what options may be available for deliveries in the future to reduce large trucks servicing these businesses. Thank you for your time today to speak on this urgent matter. And now would you like me to move to the next item? Or
Absolutely. You can move on. Almost 2 minutes to spare with this, so please go ahead.
Oh, wow. Okay, moving on to the second item. I'm here today to also speak to the Stage 2 ION business case scope and the schedule report. I am here to remind the committee and council that the Downtown Cambridge BIA fully supports the LRT coming to Cambridge, and we support the 2019 council-endorsed Bruce Street Terminal in downtown Cambridge for the south terminus. This exciting and progressive project is essential to ensure our community's economic health and general welfare. The Downtown Cambridge BIA respectfully asks that staff continue to move forward with looking at the Bruce Street location as the recommended site. To look at any alternative could have a major setback on the timeline for the review and deter development who may have believed that our collective waning on LRT coming to Cambridge or where the south terminus will be located may question their development for our downtown. Rapidly increasing population growth and aging road-based infrastructure have already begun to constrain travel in and out of our downtown core area. This development has already begun transforming the downtown. Current traffic congestion during rush hour is only a glimpse of what's to come with more people living and working in our downtown. Not only will LRT enable people to bypass road congestion, it will also take more cars off the road. It has been demonstrated in Kitchener and Waterloo over the past few years, and LRT encourages rapid transit in much needed housing, not only in the core areas, but along the LRT route. Billions of dollars worth of new housing has been built in Kitchener and Waterloo. We are confident that the LRT as an economic tool will assist in transforming downtown Cambridge in historic Galt, with placemaking initiatives, future development, and improving the walkability of our downtown if we have the Bruce Street Terminal. It being located so close to the river and all the developments happening in West Galt, like Gaslight, and many yet to come, makes it the right choice for where it should be constructed. As many North American and European cities have shown, the LRT is an essential next step to building healthy, equitable, and sustainable communities. We urge everyone to stay on the path and that we see through LRT in historic downtown Cambridge. Thank you for your time to speak on both of these very important items that we've worked really long and hard to see through. And again, we really appreciate you guys taking the time to review our considerations.
Perfect. Thank you, Brian. I do not see any questions from councillors. Thank you for taking the time and to, oh, sorry. Hold on a second there, Brian. I have Councillor Craig. Go ahead. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, Brian, for your time today.
Thank you.
All right, we will now move on to the consent agenda. If you wish to remove an item from the consent agenda, please indicate now, as we will not take questions on consent agenda items unless they are requested to be moved into the regular agenda.
Councillor James, I would like to request that 6.1.4, the Mobility Plus dialysis report, be removed for discussion.
Okay, and we have someone who's going to move the, Councillor Deutschmann?
I'd like to move the Lancaster project, 6.1.7 out as well.
Okay. Are there any other reports? So we will be, just for clarification, the reports are 6.1.7 and I missed one, 6.1.4. That will be moved into the regular agenda. Okay. We'll now vote to receive, and actually I need a mover for the consent agenda. Councillor Foxton and seconder, Councillor Harris. All right, we will now vote in e-scribe. Please use your yes or no buttons. Yeah. Okay, so that's carried. Okay, so we will start with the consent agenda items that have been moved into regular agenda items. So 6.1.4, the Mobility Plus dialysis update report.
Chair James, if I could just preface my question with a bit of personal remarks. So I was deeply saddened by this report, actually, because it's one thing to not address problems that we are not aware of as council and staff, but it's another thing to not address issues and problems once they've been brought to our attention. And I know that I've been in consultation with GRT staff and Commissioner Gotsky about several of the problems that were not actually addressed in this report. And on the personal note, the personal side of things, many people assume that the reason that I use and require Mobility Plus services is strictly due to my physical limitations. It's not actually that. It's because I'm legally blind and unable to navigate unfamiliar spaces safely. And so that brings me to the reason that I set many questions before my colleagues is because I've drafted them, but I'm not able to read them. So I'm going to start us off with a question right out of the gate, if that's okay. And my question is with respect to the Mobility Plus business plan, which I believe is dated 2017 to 2021, but I could have the years wrong on that. It has been noted that we should be collaborating with non-emergency medical transit and hospitals to provide dialysis patients with transit separate from Mobility Plus. And so I would like to know, first off, where we are with that.
Mathieu?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Hunick. I'll give a bit of the overall framework, and then through the chair, maybe I'll ask Neil Malcolm to help respond to some of the detailed questions. So just on the context of this report, as you mentioned, there was the Mobility Plus business plan from 2017 to 2021 was implemented. Then with COVID, some of the measures that had been identified were postponed for implementation, so it was extended through another year. And now we're starting the work on the new mobility plan, the new business plan for Mobility Plus that will help to address that. So this report was really a response to questions from council. I think it is in the committee tracker list to tell us where we are with respect to one specific ask of the previous council and the previous business plan, which was to find a better balance between medical and non-medical trips, as there had been a bit of a drift towards basically saturating the availability of services during peak hours for pre-booked medical trips. So that was kind of the gist of the approach in the business plan, and these were, I would say, this report was just there to bring some of the data forward to all of you to look at where we're standing, both in terms of ridership and how we've overall performed in terms of finding that balance, and then we're happy to bring to have a further, more, I would say, strategic and forward-looking conversation when we bring the business plan to your attention. But maybe I'll pass it to Neil for a more detailed response to the work that has happened with emergency services and with medical professions to help with that balance.
Thank you, and through you, Chair James. Specifically, as Commissioner Gutsky mentioned, this report was a specific commitment made to Council when you approved the recommendations to move away from prioritizing dialysis travel. So one of the key recommendations approved there was to report back on specifically how the change has impacted dialysis travel, and this report seeks to answer those questions directly. On the Mobility Plus Business Plan, 2017 to 2021, you are correct. There's a recommendation in that report that we would start looking at transitioning away from prioritizing dialysis to be consistent with AODA and to be consistent with other transit jurisdictions within the province who do not prioritize. To be perfectly clear, we must provide travel on a first-come, first-served basis without looking at trip purpose. That's how we provide travel. And that report spoke about, partnering or looking at working with non-emergency medical transportation agencies. We don't do that directly. We provide public transportation. That is an alternate for people that require medical travel, whether it's dialysis or cancer or whatever the purpose may be. We don't, contract to non-emergency medical transportation. That would be through the client themselves to arrange that transportation on their own.
Just as a follow-up to that, thank you, Commissioner Gutsky and Mr. Malcolm and Chair James. I want to be clear that with conventional transit, we don't talk about balancing non-medical and medical transportation, and I think it's quite unfair to be doing that here. I think everybody is deserving of the transportation that they need, and I would like to pass it off to other colleagues who may or may not follow up with questions.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions. The first one, the report indicates that reservation requests are still lower than pre-pandemic levels. Could this partly be due to repeated denials of service, which are referred to as unaccommodated trips, as well as hesitancy of many Mobility Plus customers to travel on the RBOC? What is the plan to address these concerns?
Through the chair, so I can give a high-level response, then Neil can maybe add to that. So from the data that's in the report shows that the unaccommodated trips, which are trips where we can't accommodate within the specific time window that the customer is asking for, they decreased from 9%, nearly 9% in 2019 to between 5 and 6% in 2022 and 2023. So we're doing better in terms of accommodating the need compared to today. So the decrease in ridership is not due to that. I think a lot of it, and Neil may specify, I think a lot of the decrease we're attributing to there being less programs for eligible customers for that, and that demand has dropped significantly. I don't know, Neil, if you have any details that you can add through the chair.
Yeah, through you, Chair James. As Commissioner Geske mentioned, specifically, we feel that the return to travel on Mobility Plus has not returned like it has on conventional and ION services. We're at or above pre-pandemic ridership on those conventional and ION services. On Mobility Plus, the return has been slower. We do see it incrementally growing year over year since 2020, but probably there's a hesitancy to travel amongst that group if you're perhaps already immunocompromised. The number of day programs that we used to deliver a lot of clients to programs daily. All those programs have not returned. Clientele have not returned to traveling as freely on the Mobility Plus service as they have on the conventional service for a number of reasons, medical, immunocompromisation, other reasons as well. So it's a slower return. Specifically on your question related to the RBOC vehicles, so we have two types of vehicles in our Mobility Plus fleet. There's an older style with a lift at the back and steps at the front. Council approved a change to a ramp style of vehicle in 2019, where now we only purchase vehicles that have a ramp that deploys at the front, and then there's no lift and no steps. So for ambulatory customers, they're easy to board. We've had some complaints about ride, the use of the ramp. About half our fleet is now, it's split between the lift vehicles and the ramp style vehicles. The plan at present is to continue to purchase the ramp style vehicles. They're easier for ambulatory customers. They're consistent with our conventional buses that have a similar ramp that deploys to the curb. So that's the plan currently, is to continue with that purchase. We have an existing contract to purchase those at current that will be up for tender next year again. So there would be an opportunity to revisit that procurement process. I think your question specifically was, are people not booking because of that? To my knowledge, no. Some people do prefer to ride a certain style of vehicle.
So just on that quickly then, will you survey customers to, gauge their satisfaction for the use of the different vehicles?
Through you, Chair James, yeah, we always take feedback on, how's your ride? Is the service we provide acceptable level of comfort and care in the service? So yes, if there's specific feedback on vehicle style, we do take that into account as part of the procurement process.
So maybe that information can be provided back in the future. So the second question, currently customers who can utilize the online booking systems between 12 midnight and 7 a.m. choose from better ride availability than those who must wait until 7 a.m. when a reservation operator can answer the phone. So this is perceived, this seems to not be equitable. Why can't the online booking calendar roll over at the same time that the phone lines open?
Through you, Chair James, that is the current practice where you're allowed to book travel online within the advanced booking window at all hours of the day. So if you are able to book online, you can do that off hours. And our reservationist lines only open at a certain time early in the morning, so people can call in for future travel or same day travel. I think the problem may be that if we did make that change to cut off online booking overnight and say, then everyone at 7 a.m. can either go online or call into a reservationist to book your travel. I don't think personally that would fix the problem because, at 7 a.m., everyone will go online and book their travel based on what's available. If you call in at 7 a.m., we have 2 reservationists staffed at that time of day, you're waiting in a queue for your turn to speak to the reservationist. So I don't know that would solve the problem of making people not allowing people to book overnight. It would just change the time that people could log in and physically make their booking.
Well, just to clarify, I think the intent was, so you're saying that the reservation availability online is available all the way through?
Through you, Chair James, that's correct. Online is available all the time. Reservationists only work certain times of day for phone call taking reservations.
I think the intent was that, not to reduce the online.
To make reservations available 24/7?
Right.
If I understand correctly.
Might be some clarity from...
To keep the reservations available 24/7, but to ensure that the availability starts at the same time, so that by the time the reservationists are available, all of the availability hasn't already been booked up.
Gotcha, thank you. Yeah, okay, that clarifies it. So what about that?
Through you, Chair James, I do think...
All right.
Yeah.
Give you a second to catch yourself. Yeah, if you could respond to Councillor Huniac's clarification.
Through you, Chair James, I do think the same problem would remain if you open all the lines at 7 a.m. and you open the online booking at 7 a.m., everyone that's booking online will queue up quickly and make their bookings. Everyone waiting for a phone call or on the phone for a reservationist, you're taking one at a time with 2 reservationists. So by the time you get through the queue of 20 or 30 people waiting to book a ride, online has already had the opportunity to make their bookings. I don't know how you'd stagger that in such a way to prevent that from happening, if I'm making sense.
Yeah, so just to wrap up, I think talking to people that are actually using it and maybe focus grouping this sort of thing might help everyone with respect to that. But
Yeah.
anyway, sorry, that's all I have.
I was going to suggest there's an opportunity here for some engagement to really kind of clarify just this process and where it could be streamlined a little more efficiently and effectively for users. Okay, moving along, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much. Through you, am I on? Yeah, through you, Chair, and thanks for providing this. I was confused where it was talking about the Mobility Plus unaccommodated rides are monitored daily, and then flexibility in travel time greatly reduces the likelihood of a requested trip being unaccommodated. But my understanding of how this service works, and I could be wrong, is that people, there's not a lot of availability of rides between sort of like noon and 3. So I guess I'm wondering, like, how do you know that rides are not being accommodated? And because partly what I'm worried about and curious about is if some people have kind of given up making those requests, right? Because if they know that there's certain times when you're not really provided service, people probably stop trying to book it, right? And so how do we actually know that we're really addressing that problem? Like, for example, someone told me recently that they had called a number of times because it was to go to church on Sunday. They had called a number of times looking for transportation to go to a certain church on Sunday, kept getting unaccommodated, and so they finally just changed churches so that they could get there without having to use Mobility Plus. So, like, how do things like that get how are we actually understanding if we're really addressing some of the problems? It's when some of these things are a bit unknowable. And I just found this part particularly kind of confusing because to go back to what's in the report about, like, it sounds like you're asking for people to request travel times outside of peak travel times. And it's like, how do people kind of plan their lives that way? And another small example of where I see there's a problem is I was at an event with 2 people who were in wheelchairs. One of them had pre-booked Mobility Plus. The 2 people actually lived pretty close to each other. One had pre-booked it, the other hadn't, but when it showed up, they said, "Oh, can I get on as well?" Like there was room on the bus. The person called into a supervisor, and the request was denied. So the one person got on the bus, and the bus drove away with one person on it, going to very close to the home of the other person, and the other person, I think, ended up having to go to LRT route. And so I just how are we actually really understanding where and when things are actually accommodated and how we're serving? And I had actually just written down, have we focus grouped this or have we had discussions with users and people who maybe aren't using Mobility Plus to understand maybe why they're not coming back to the service?
Okay.
Through you, Chair James.
Councillor McCabe, that was a whole mini novel. So.
Yeah.
I just find it very. I just am very concerned about this service and how people are accessing it.
Okay.
Through you, Chair James, I think there's 2 questions there, I think, and I'll try and capture them both. So the first part, so every day we track the number of, and we'll use unaccommodated because that's the industry standard term within transit about people who call in to try and get a ride, and we can't accommodate you or get you on a bus at the time of day or the day of the week that you request. So we record that as an unaccommodated ride or a ride that we can't provide on Mobility Plus, and we use unaccommodated because that's the term that we use through the Canadian Urban Transit Association to record and report back consistently across the country about how many rides we couldn't deliver on any given day or period of time. So we track that on a daily basis and watch, are we Is our unaccommodated going up? Is it staying level? And it's been fairly consistent since the pandemic that we have, in the range of 5% of our requests for travel we cannot deliver. The other big part of that is, outside of the peak travel times, so within the Mobility Plus travel day, there are certain times of day that are very busy. Everyone wants a ride at 7 in the morning to get to dialysis or a medical treatment, at 9 a.m. to get to a program, and then at specific times of day, we're very busy, and the buses are busier, our trips that we send to taxi are already taken, so we can only accommodate so many. There's a number of peak times. And what we like to tell customers, or do tell customers, is that if you have any flexibility in your day, in your time of travel, please utilize that, because we very likely have capacity outside of those peak times. Not always, but we do. You're much more likely to be accommodated and get a ride if you can be flexible in your travel in any way. Like if you need to be at 9 a.m. here for a council meeting, if you could be flexible and get here at 8:30, 9:30, depending on what your commitment is to travel, we're much more likely to be able to accommodate you. So any flexibility with the customers does help get you a ride on the service. And I forget the second part of your question, I apologize.
I probably forget it too. No.
Oh,
It's where the two were in a wheelchair and one couldn't get on.
oh, sorry, yes,
has
so,
to do with the
apologize, through
booking.
you, Chair James. So we use a scheduling software that everyone that's pre-booked their travel the night before, it batches all the requests and puts people together on our buses, sends some to taxi based on where people are going, to try and optimize the rides. If you and I are going to the same place at the same time, it'll try to put us on a bus together. That doesn't always work for a number of reasons. There's a lot of parameters in the software. Like you said, you need to be somewhere by 9 a.m., I need to be there by 9:15, or whatever the case is. We may be going to the same destination, but the software doesn't put us on the same bus because we don't check all the boxes within the scheduling software. So it's probably not a perfect piece of software, but it does work in terms of optimizing travel, putting people together where they're going to the same location at the same time, coming from the same location, and we're always trying to improve that. We are looking at, the next version of a software that would be even more dynamic. So picture during the day, you've printed your itinerary for the bus. It says, do this pickup, this drop off, your whole day's set. Then someone cancels their ride. What's the software trying to do? It's trying to plug in another ride that fits on your bus in your windows. And there's parameters because it takes time to load and unload. It takes into account travel distance, wherever you're going. There's some dwell time, there's lunch breaks for the operator. It's trying to take into account all of those parameters and provide the best schedule for the operator and the customer. So there is software that does this in the back end, but any change in the day, whether it's a canceled trip, a vehicle breakdown, anything can have a big impact and cascade through the day for customers looking for rides. Does that get to the heart of your question?
Yeah, well,
Mayor McKim?
partly, but partly not, because like one of the examples that I.
Okay,
that-
Dorothy, we just have a number of people
I
in
know,
the queue,
it's
so
just,
just
but he didn't
wrap up.
actually answer my
Okay.
question. So I just meant, like, in the moment, when the bus was empty, except for one person, like, and the other person was like, hey, can I get a ride?
Yeah.
Like, their plans changed, like, it's like life happens, right? Like, why can't the system accommodate somebody kind of in the moment who's like, oh yeah, can I get on that ride? It's going near where I'm going as well.
Through you, Chair James. So we don't just allow ad hoc travel on Mobility Plus. You must pre-book. Yeah, but it really depends on, so say we're at the same destination, you have a book ride, I do not. The software has already determined that this bus can get from where I'm going to where you're going, and there's the amount of dwell time or load and unload time that's built into that calculation. So if I'm adding a second or a third person and no one's aware of it, that has a cascading impact on the next pickup. So now the operator unloading 2 people at the destination may miss the pickup window for the next client, and then it cascades through the day. So it sounds like a nominal change, but it actually has a significant impact on the rest of that day when you make in-day adjustments, and they have to be accounted for.
Okay, all right. I want to get through this. Dorothy, if you have something else, you can go back in the queue. I'm listening to the dialogue right now, and we have a Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee. We have input that should be provided from there. There's clearly a need for engagement, further engagement The realities are many of us are able-bodied and this isn't something that impacts us, but clearly there are ways in which this system could potentially be more streamlined. And thinking back to the strategic plan discussion we had this morning where accessibility was there are clearly gaps and barriers that need addressing. I'm going to continue through the queue. I know, and I apologize, Councillor McCabe. I know we've had a good discussion, but I do want to get through the rest of this queue. Chair Redmond, you're next.
Thank you, Chair James. Neil, I don't envy you this position, but thank you for being here. We can't be all things to all people. And I have worked for several decades with people who are living with disabilities. And the complaints they had from me were that half-hour window of having somebody show up. So it's sort of an addition to some of the booking issues. Is there a central repository where requests can be made? And I guess I'm thinking of a dial-a-bus or the fact that when the taxi licensing came forward and Uber was first introduced to the region, that we talked about accessible cabs. And I know that part of that is the availability. The things that I heard were people that lived in the townships couldn't, exactly what Councillor McCabe was saying, couldn't get to social events, couldn't get to church. The things that made their lives rich and inclusive weren't available to them. Is it Mobility Plus, or who helps coordinate any accessible ride needed? And is the model of dial-a-bus at all a possibility? I'm assuming that one of the pinch points is having accessible cabs and other vehicles because they're expensive to run and expensive to buy.
Through the chair, I can maybe jump to answer part of the question, and Neil will complete. I think the on the cab side of things, we and I think we had talked about this in April. I think today we know that we're not compliant with the levels of accessibility that we're looking for from cab companies. So we're trying to. We're working with the bylaw teams here to kind of change the model a little bit and incentivize the investments in making cabs accessible, so that we will have that a little bit more flexibility again during peak times to be able to enable cabs to better complement the Mobility Plus services that we're able to deploy on our own. So that's for the cab part of things. I think that in terms of the model itself, so today the model is very similar to dial-a-bus. So there's not. I think today with a business plan, we'll be looking at also how recent improvements in on-demand travel have improved the quality of the software. To be able, maybe we can meet more some of these ad hoc plans and do real-time optimization, which is not the case with our current system. But the technology is changing there, so that's definitely something we can take back as part of the business plan to see how we can use the best technology available today to make sure that we're providing the best possible, the most optimized service, given the number of constraints on the way the system is run. I don't know, Neil, if you had anything to add.
Through you, Chair James, just to quickly add to that, I think, right now, Mobility Plus only provides service for those that are approved for travel on the Mobility Plus vehicle. But, to Commissioner Getsky's point, there are other transit agencies that are using more of an on-demand model. I'm thinking York Region, for example, where, sometimes during the day, your vehicle is not being used for a Mobility Plus client. You could also maybe add in an on-demand travel trip or another alternative to try and provide better level of service to the community for all residents, not just for the registered clients. So there are new software, new ways of looking at how we deliver the service that I think the new business plan will really need to speak to in terms of how we provide the service.
Thank you very much for all the hard work you do, and I realize that we're probably talking about all the gaps that we're seeing in the service. That's not to undercut the hard work that's going on. The IT upgrade or the technology, is that something that's part of the master plan? Is that something that could come in time for budget? If that's one of the pressure points, I'd like to see that addressed as soon as possible.
All right, thank you. Or did you want to go ahead? Okay, go ahead and respond, Matthew.
No, through the chair, just, as soon as possible. That sounds good. I think the business plan will take a little bit of time because, again, to some earlier questions, today we are meeting on a quarterly basis with Mobility Plus users, so we're getting regular feedback, but we're taking your feedback as well to intensify the consultation during the business plan process. So that will not be, that will take a little bit of time. And I think the timelines for the business plan were in spring or summer of next year. I know there was a bit more, so that will not be the IT upgrades for the system there. We haven't. Right now, we're not ready to propose them as part of the budget conversation, but that will come with the business plan in the first part of next year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair James. And I just want to follow up, I guess, on a few of the questions that have been asked on the issue that's been raised around the call center and when people can call in versus when people can go online. I mean, we have a 24-hour call center at the region. Have we looked at actually combining these services so that, in fact, whoever's doing the appointments at GRT could actually operate out of our call center, and then they could be operating 24 hours a day, which would alleviate the issue that's been raised.
And through you, Chair James, when the region created the Service First Call Center, we transitioned some of our customer service agents that handled transit-specific over to the call center at the time. We have maintained ever since a specific office in our operations team that handles reservations and dispatching. So they have a dual function in our office right now where they take reservations for next day travel or future travel. They also do day of, where they dispatch vehicles, and then they add in trips as necessary when people cancel a ride. So it's a little more than what the Service First Call Center staff are doing in terms of answering questions around customer issues or client issues. They do have a dispatching role as well. That's why we maintain them separately within our office.
I guess I understand that. It's the way we've done it. I guess I'm trying to challenge us to maybe go and look at it differently and bring a new approach that, taking that step-by-step approach initially maybe made sense, but maybe this is something that we should be looking at going forward. So I'd like to see that pursued. On the issue of cabs, I'm glad that Chair Redmond has raised this because it is a challenge. As someone who over the last few years has come to appreciate it as I take mom out on occasion from her LTC. I know that the number of cabs have gone down, and one of the big challenges, they're twofold. The price of the vehicles has gone up significantly, and the price of insurance has gone up even more so than it has for regular cabs, and it's just not making sense for them. And so there's a lot of reluctance to go that route. So I'm glad that staff is looking at it, because I think we will have to, if we want to have this service, I think we're going to have to look at incentivizing it to make it happen. So those are really my two questions. And I would just add that I do think that we do a lot of good work here in terms of accommodating a lot of people, but this is a segment of our population that doesn't have a lot of or often no other options. And I would agree with Councillor Hunick that we really need to pursue these holes that exist, because often it's the only option for folks to be able to get out to medical appointments and get out to engage with the community, and I think that's critical.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair, just a few things. So the pickups, Neil, you explained quite well. So during the evening, or whenever the booking is done, vehicles are filled. So let's assume that there was an extra person that wanted to get on, and we backlog the time. All the other people throughout the day have timed appointments. They get quite upset that they can't meet their timed appointment because of the delay, because we took on somebody extra that didn't have booked. So I agree with you there. There is a Mobility Plus committee, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct. Mayor Foxton, we do have a...
The Mobility Plus committee is made up of
we have
disabled people.
Correct.
And some of you know Sue Morgan. Sue Morgan was quite often on it. Sharon, who also was on GRAC, all within wheelchair, and they were the ones that filled in the information for you to move forward with different things on Mobility Plus to make it better. Now, I sat on this committee until regional council decided to remove the counselor on the committees, and so, but that committee still exists. It is completely of people that have disabilities, and they put input into this. The other thing I was going to talk about is the cabs. Now, there is a licensing committee of regional council that is to meet. They used to meet quite often. That deals with the issue of most of the cabs were assigned to have a disabled cab. They were quite upset when Uber came on because Uber wasn't going to have disability vehicles. So Uber instead was to give a financial offset for that. Now, it's been quite some time since this committee has met. In fact, this term of council, it hasn't met at all. And this committee directs where the excess funds from Uber goes, usually to buy extra taxi scripts to deal with the extra rides. And it also discusses the disability taxis and where are they. And without the follow through of this committee, those taxes seem to be disappearing. And I think we really need to get this group organized and going again. I have requested several times for the committee to go again. I'm supposed to sit on the committee, and I have not had a single meeting. So I think we need to get, if we really want to look at this, let's start to get and do our job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. Councillor Hunick.
My mic is not on. That's also disheartening. Is that it suggests that, you know, a 50% accommodation rate in advance and in person is good, and in fact, it's the best we can do. Just for comparison's sake, the equivalent to that would be leaving 50% of customers waiting for conventional transit at every bus stop, and we would never do that. And the Mobility Plus service is meant to be parallel for those who cannot use typical transit. And so I think we need to be shooting for a more than 50% accommodation rate. Further to that, holding back trip availability so that we can accommodate same-day bookings is absolutely crazy-making, because you call 3 days in advance and you're told no, and then you call the same day and you're all of a sudden told yes, and it's really crazy-making. And with that, I will turn my crazy mic off. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hunick, for your comments. I think this is a valuable discussion. The report and with the councillors who have raised other issues and questions, the realities are this could be any one of us at any given time. And as we have an aging population, being mindful of that and the service improvements that are needed and that are working on. Neil, I just want to touch on something because I was going to ask about what are models being done elsewhere. Is there, and you did speak, I think it was York, I think you did touch on, but looking at some of the other systems and maybe things that could potentially be applied here. Are you in communication with other, service providers specific to Mobility Plus or likewise?
Yeah, to you, Chair James. Yeah, certainly we are. We sit on the Canadian Urban Transit Association. They have an accessible transit advisory committee that we attend regularly and discuss with other agencies across the country. You know, what are the best practices? Are we following the right practices in terms of how we run the Mobility Plus service? So we do regularly look for feedback and ask for feedback from other agencies and how they're delivering the service.
Perfect, thank you. Seeing no other questions, this was a report for information, so I think there's some items for staff to come back with, but this is a request. There's no voting on this. Next report, 6.1.7, that is the Lancaster Street reconstruction. There is a recommendation. I will open the floor for discussion, questions on this. We are on the Lancaster. This is, yeah, Councillor Deutschman, this is you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So there were three options that were listed in the report, as I understand it. And the recommendation was for the third one, which was the widest option. And I was just wondering why that was selected over, for example, option 2, which I had a bit of a preference for because it provided the extra element of protection for the bike lane, and wondering why that was not considered above option 3, for example. One question I had.
So through the chair to Councillor Deutschman, the third option, which was being recommended for conceptual design, there's a grassed boulevard between the bike lane and the road. Meanwhile, option 2 has just the curb as the separation. When we showed the options to the public, 60% of them liked option 3 better than option 2. Option 2, we only had 14% who liked that option. So we went with the one that we got public feedback on as the option for the design concept.
Thank you.
Through the chair, and so we're kind of we'll tag team it on this one because she's on the construction and design piece, and in the transportation team we work on the guidelines and what's the best practice for bike lanes. And after having studied a number of different configurations, we are and we will be updating our complete streets guidelines this year, so there will be more on this coming up. But the best protection that's appreciated by cyclists is really when the bike lanes are on the sidewalk, so protected by the curb, as opposed to being on the road and protected by a concrete divider. It is also easier from a winter maintenance perspective because we can better manage with between the boulevard and the bike lane and the sidewalk. These can be better managed from a snow removal perspective than an independently separated bike lane. But I would say when we're able to do it, the idea of having the bike lane separated by the curb and the boulevard is the one that provides the most safety and the most convenience for our bike users, which is what was reflected, I think, in the public feedback that we received on this specific project.
And do we separate that feedback from residents versus others, or how is that feedback? When you say 60% of just everyone that's provided feedback?
Yeah, so through the chair to the councillor, yes, it's just everybody that's provided feedback.
Because I just, there's competing interests here with respect to concerns, and Lancaster's always been a pretty narrow street to start with. And then given the configuration with the hills and for the residences and stuff, I can appreciate all of that. I had a preference for trying to minimize the impact of this on everyone and still providing some protection to everyone. So I'll just defer my time while I think about this a little further and come back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I was curious about, one of the delegates had talked about the slip lanes and adding stops rather than those slip lanes, which was something that in my experience, the slip lanes are not particularly safe. So I was curious why that was in the original design, and if there's a possibility to change those. And then I just had another kind of unrelated follow-up.
Through the chair, I don't have the exact information there, but we are looking. I recall that when we had that conversation on Bridgeport, for example, there we are working with MTO to modify the interchange there to transform the slip lanes into a T intersection with a signal. And I don't know if we've done this work, but that's definitely something we can take back for detailed design. I know there was still, since the option was still, when preliminary design was underway, the option of removing the on and off ramps were still undecided by council. But now that we have council's position, I think we're happy to look at making these lanes as safe as possible and that interface as safe as possible in relationship with MTO.
Okay, great, because, yeah, that would be, I think, certainly my preferred. And just on the width of the lanes, like, the more narrow we make the lanes, the slower people will go, because I think residents have also indicated that the speed with which, I mean, Lancaster, or pick lots of other streets, people are driving too fast on most of our streets, so narrowing the lanes would actually moderate some of the speed, and then that moderates some of the noise. So I think that's important. My other question is about what goes underneath the road, and I'm just, is there a need for us, when it referenced sod buffer, but I recall from previous discussions, we were talking about not using sod or moving away from that and like using pollinators or something that's much less maintenance, with less maintenance required. So hopefully we can do that. And then my other question was around what goes underneath the road. Like, is there ability and room there to add other pipes that would, I'm just thinking of a potential accessing the wastewater treatment plant that's relatively close, and the ability to maybe hook in at a future time to create a thermal utility or something like that, either under the road or under the bike lane or under the sidewalk, wherever it would kind of fit. Like, is that a possibility as well?
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor McCabe, just to get back to the slip lanes, we just got a note from our staff that the slip lanes are under MTO control, and we're going to be working with MTO as part of the detailed design. And just to remind all of council, this is a concept. We haven't got to the detailed design yet, so the width of the lanes, whether we put in like a naturalized grassy area for pollinators, sod, all of that can be worked out through the detailed design. For under the road, there are, for sanitary and water services, there's a minimum distance, and storm as well, so you get away from like frozen pipes and things like this. So if there's enough room and space under the road with all the other utilities like electrical and cable, and I mean, there's so many utilities under the road, we can look and see if we can put something that would accommodate a district energy type usage of pipe. The issue with pipes is that you really need to know what size pipe you're going to be using, because you can't just throw any old pipe in there. It's really important to have the right sizing for the pipe. So I think that we can definitely look at it, see if there's room. I'm not sure we could actually put a pipe in there as part of this project, so that would increase the costs. We wouldn't know the size, but if in the future we wanted to put in district energy, we would know that there is space available, but we will definitely look at that as part of the design.
Okay, Councillor Deutschmann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm just looking at the public feedback section of the report. So basically, we had 32 responses, so the 60% is of the 32. So that's 20 responses out of the 32 that you're using to decide this. And with respect to Active Transportation Advisory Committee and the Cycling and Trails Advisory Committee, they indicated alternative 3 as a preference. Did they discard or say they did not want 1 or 2?
Through the chair to the councillor, I think when they came up and spoke, they just said that they preferred alternate, the third option that was available. I don't have the details right now on whether they would have accepted a support for option 2 at this time. But we can certainly go back to them as part of the detailed design, or even now, before council, if you like.
Right. I'm just, when you say when they came up, you mean today when they came up to speak?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was hard for me to hear exactly that part of it. They also suggested, I think they suggested, as through all of that, it was a little bit quick, but narrower lanes then, instead of the 4 meters that we have in our, down to, is that a feasible concept to reduce the size of those lanes?
That is something we can look at through detailed design, yes. But we need to remember that we need to make sure we can get like fire trucks and snowplows and emergency vehicles down those roads as well.
Sure. So are you suggesting that it has to be 4 meters in order to accommodate that?
That is the information we've received from Transportation Services, but I'll let Mathieu speak to that.
Through the chair, that is 4 meters is it's our standard for a single lane. So when we have multiple lanes, then the lanes can vary in width. I think the delegation referred to a 3.35 meter lane width. That would happen on a 4-lane road, for example. That would be the one of the median lanes can be narrower, but the side lane needs to be wide enough to accommodate buses, emergency services, and snowplows. But we can look, and with the teams, given the property impacts that are there that we've looked at on Lancaster, we will look more precisely as if we're able to, are there any, what would be the consequences, for example, in terms of winter maintenance if we wanted to be able to achieve, a 20 centimeter reduction there of lane width? And so these are things that we'll look into very specifically. It's probably not going to be for the entire length of the street, but we can look at it along the corridor to try to minimize these property impacts and while still ensuring that all emergency services and winter maintenance can operate properly.
Okay, appreciate that. Their example was 2 lanes when they were showing the 3 point whatever it was, so not a 4-lane example. It was a 2-lane, one each way in the example they were showing when they were showing the narrower lanes. Were you going to, yes?
Yes, I was just wondering if possible to the chair, if we take all these questions and we provide a memo addendum to the report and just provide that for council, because I think these are really good questions, and clarifying that through this process would probably be a lot easier because we will get the information from our staff on the details.
Okay, I have no concerns with that. I think there's some valid questions being raised. I do want to get through the speaker list first, and then we can come back to that as well. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much. And I guess a couple points. First of all, on the issue of the road width, I think if it's something that we look at, I would want this to go back for input from the area municipal transportation department as well, because this is obviously a road that feeds into many neighborhoods, but more importantly, it also feeds into an industrial park and an office park with a lot of trucks that are moving goods from the manufacturers in that area. And I wouldn't, we have to find that right balance to make sure that we're not impeding businesses' ability to continue to function in a reasonable manner or creating unsafe conditions inadvertently. On the issue of the proposal, in terms of option 3 that's before us, as I understand it, that's one that's been consulted with the municipality and their support for that.
Yeah, so through the chair to Councillor Urbanovic, actually, City of Kitchener staff are actually on the project team, and so they're providing input from Kitchener's perspective there.
Yeah, no, I know they are, but I'm just putting that on the public record. So they've supported this. Correct?
Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you. Madam Chair, do you have a mover yet for this, or?
Not yet.
At the appropriate time, I'd be prepared to move the recommendation.
Absolutely. Okay, Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James, and you're being very judicious in keeping crowd control here. It just seems to me, I've had emails, as I think everybody around the horseshoe probably has on both sides of this issue. We are approving a concept, so I'm very happy to second or concur with Councillor Urbanovic that we go ahead with alternative 3, recognizing that it will come back. And I guess that was going to be my question, when will it come back? Because the major concerns I was getting was losing on-street parking. In any way you slice this, people will lose their on-street parking. So while I feel for them being a homeowner and using on-street parking on my street, I understand that that feels like a loss. But if we're going to go with bike lanes, the width of them doesn't remedy particularly that concern. So I guess my question would just be, when will this come back, or how will this process unfold after today's vote?
Yeah, so through the chair to Chair Redmond, we will come to council with the detailed design when it's completed, it usually takes about a year or so to go through. We have to do all of the public engagement.
All right, Councillor Deutschman.
Yeah, just to comment on this. My view was on-street parking was an issue, but also how close the roads and everything were going to be to people's homes, and anything to do to minimize that distance was what I was looking at. I appreciate 3 will probably be what the option is, but I'll be opposing it.
Okay, I see no further councillors in the queue. I do have a mover, Councillor Verbanovic, and a seconder, Chair Redmond. If there are no further questions around this, we will call the vote. Clerks will get e-scribe ready.
I'm a yes, but it's not letting me. Comes up resuming session.
Okay, so that is carried. All right. Okay, so we are starting the regular agenda, 7.1, strategic focus, thriving economy, Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation Partnership Agreement. I'm going to call on Bruce Lochner, CAO, to introduce the report.
Thanks, thanks very much, Chair. There's a recommendation in front of you to approve in principle the draft Economic Development Corporation agreement that's attached in the appendix, and also we would earmark $500,000 in the budget process in 2024 later this fall. I want to give a shout out to my 7 other municipal colleagues. We spent a lot of time over the last many months with Tony Lamantia and his team to put in place this new agreement. The previous agreement went for many years and served us well, and now we're required as 8 municipalities to put forward a similar agreement for the coming years. One of my colleagues created this draft report, so a similar report is going to all 7 area municipalities with common information. I would say that Mr. Lamantia has been in front of council before and all councils to talk about all the achievements that Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation has achieved, and kudos to Tony and his team for the great work that they've done. One of the changes, and the most significant changes in this agreement, is the fact that federal and provincial funding is not guaranteed. And as a result of that gap, it's increased the amount of funding that's required to continue operations for the Economic Development Corporation. The impact of that is in the chart. The increase of the municipal portion for all 8 municipalities would increase from $2 million currently to $2.8 million in 2024. And then to $3.2 million in 2026. And again, that represents the gap of funding shortfalls or changes in funding from the federal and provincial governments. The CEOs discussed how this should be allocated, and we, to a large extent, are continuing the current allocation formula. The increases range from 0% for the townships to a 56% increase for the region. And that again is why the region having the larger increase, because the focus of Waterloo Region Economic Development Corporation is area-wide, region-wide, and it was felt that that was most appropriate. Council will receive a funding report in the 2024 budget process. So later in September, we will be bringing this $500,000 back to you as part of the budget process. But we do need agreement in principle so that the other area municipalities and Tony and his board know that they have that commitment from the municipalities. So with that, Chair, happy to take any questions.
Thank you. I do have councillors in the queue. Councillor McCabe.
Thank you, through you, Chair. And thanks through you, Bruce, to Tony Lamantia and his team for providing this update. Just 2 things. One of them I didn't see anywhere in the report any mention of environmental sustainability, and the potential to attract businesses that that are working on green innovation or sustainable businesses or things of that nature. So I'm disappointed that wasn't included, or even in way, shape, or form in there. I know they talked about social justice, which is great, but that I think is a real miss. The other question I have, is it with the funding piece? Is there a possibility of a way to restructure the funding that they would almost receive like a commission instead of just the straight funding that each municipality provides, that there's like a commission-based system where for every deal they closed, like they make a percentage that could potentially fund their operations and may actually get them more funding than what we provide? Is there another way to structure the funding is just what I'm interested in.
Yeah, I'll try to answer each of the questions. In terms of environmental sustainability, there were discussions about the support that Waterloo EDC provides at a macro level and then at a micro level. So it's important to Tony and each of the area municipalities that there's strong partnerships there to understand that the businesses and the attraction of businesses in Waterloo, the city of Waterloo, may be different than the attraction of businesses in the city of Kitchener or different than the township of Wilmot. So that variation, I would say, is one of the strengths in the region, that we have a wide range of ability to accommodate different employers based on the availability of land as well as the DNA, if you will, of each of the area municipalities. On the broader macro level, we do have these discussions about things like environmental sustainability. So the questions of, as we, for example, receive interest, provincial interest, council would be aware of broader initiatives, that debate at both the regional council table as well as at the area municipal council table is important to give that feedback to Waterloo EDC in terms of the nature of businesses that we would want in this community. So I haven't heard that is broken in the sense of the communications between the municipalities and Tony, but I certainly take that back as an ongoing piece of conversation. In terms of the mechanism by which we pay, this was the agreed structure. In talking to, and Tony was able to have his board chair and members of the board there. I think the board, I won't speak for them, but I think they would say that's their responsibility to ensure that targets are met, and Waterloo Region EDC reports back to all councils in terms of their objectives, with the intent that outcomes are really important to the board and they're also important to us as municipalities. So the mechanism by which they achieve those outcomes, the view at this point was not to do some kind of incentive program, but rather do that through reporting and feedback from the various councils.
Well, maybe it's something that could be considered for the next round then. And I guess just on the environmental sustainability piece, I take your point that it's different businesses come to different parts of our community, but I guess part of it too is just, working with them to say, let's think about renewable energy and, whatever their business is themselves, building as efficiently as possible or building with solar walls or, things like that. So that element as well as just the types of businesses that are coming here as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair James. Bruce, it's very possible that I understand this incorrectly, so as I ask my question, please be gentle with your response. So you mentioned that the percentage of funding is greatly increased for this year because of a reduction or a lack of provincial funding. Am I following you correctly?
Yes, the amount of funding that Waterloo Region EDC receives this year is a combination of provincial, federal, for the most part, provincial, federal, and municipal funding. The anticipation is that the portion of federal and provincial funding for 2024 and future years will be less than it is today, and we need to make up that gap through increased municipal funding.
Okay, so that's what okay. So then my question is, is this projected as the only year with the the major jump and then it will stabilize? Or are we funding at this level in perpetuity or that?
Yes, it's projected to increase. So currently, the municipal portion is 2 million, and you'll see that in the chart. Council can take a look at that following the meeting if need be. In 2024, the municipal contribution increases by 800,000, so to 2.8 million. In 2025 to 3 million, and to 2026, 3.2 million. So the 1.2 million gap initially, Waterloo Region Economic Development was hoping for that in 2024, but the agreement was let's phase that in over a 3-year period. And then in 2027, we hope that it doesn't increase further other than consideration for CPI.
Okay.
And in the meantime, we do hope, and I know Tony's team works really hard with the province and the feds to try to land additional funding. And if that does transpire, council will be made aware of that.
Okay. Thanks, Bruce. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Verbanovic.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to thank Mr. Lochner and the other CAOs for the work that's been done on this and for bringing it forward. You know, I think this organization has been quite successful in terms of what our original objectives were when we formed it a number of years ago, and I think it's important that we continue to build on that collectively going forward. From the perspective of the issues around what are the sort of target areas. I know, one of the things, I mean, internally, at least in my case, I mean, I know that both the CAOs have a set of meetings and our economic development officers have a set of meetings with Tony, and Tony from time to time meets with us as well. And I think through those avenues, we've been able to successfully communicate both geographical areas of interest as well as topical areas of interest. So one, for example, in our case, has been health innovation. And I know for others, it may be a sustainability focus, or it may be other issues. And I think that's worked fairly well, and that that communication at the staff level really seems to be sort of getting the job done in that respect. I do think that regardless of what the province or the feds do, this is an area, if we want to see continued economic growth in all 7 of our municipalities, plus the region, collectively, then, I think if we compare ourselves to the investments that are being made by other jurisdictions, this added investment is important. And we need to do that regardless of what the province and feds do. And I think we still need to keep the pressure both on the provincial and federal government. And I know, one of the meetings at AMO that we have next week is with the minister, and I believe others are having them as well. And one of the things I intend on raising is the importance of supporting our organization that does this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you, and through the chair. CEO Bruce, Mr. Lochner, so this is an advantageous program for all of us, correct? Like, we're talking about the costs of it, but we don't have put in there what we've profited in community taxes and jobs and making us a vibrant community. And we also have to look at, what if we didn't have this? How much would it have slowed us down and not made us as strong as what we can be? So yes, it's gonna cost, but it has been profitable, not only in tax dollars, but in vitalizing our community. And I think we need to balance it out. Like, I mean, this is, the cost doesn't show the gains, and we have to show the gains as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Foxton. Bruce, you want to respond?
Yeah, thank you, through your chair. And an excellent point, Councillor Foxton. We note in the report, to your point, that the organization's delivered in excess of 1.5 billion in GDP, over 12,500 new jobs, and almost 118 million in additional taxes to the Canadian ecosystem. That was between 2016 and 22. I think everybody, I know you receive a lot of reports, but certainly the reports that Waterloo REDC publishes in terms of their annual reporting is quite an astonishing story. And I agree, we look at this as an investment in the community, and the returns are just incredible.
Okay, so there is, I do need a mover for this. Councillor Foxton, seconded by Councillor Sullivan. All right. You'll be prompted on eScribe. Okay, that is carried. Okay, moving on to 7.2, Cambridge Truck Diversion Study, Final Evaluation. I'm going to bring Commissioner Getsky and to present this.
Thank you, Chair. So the report that is being brought today to Council is it's an important step towards the diversion of heavy trucks away from downtown Cambridge. So it confirms, after all the work that's been done on both traffic studies and noise impacts, it confirms the operational feasibility of diverting truck traffic away from Water and Ainsley streets. It recommends changes to bylaws to execute the diversion as quickly as possible, so as early as October of 2023, and identifies, so based on the noise modeling exercises and the traffic forecast that we've done, it identifies the sections of McQueen-Shaver Boulevard where construction of noise walls are warranted. This diversion has broad support from the city, the BIA, and the community. There are some questions I think you've heard from the delegations earlier today. It doesn't address the city's ask to divert truck traffic away from Concession Main Street, as further investigations and consultations would be required there for, if only to ensure the effectiveness of such a diversion. That's definitely something that staff can look into, and so I'll just stop my introduction here. But we're very happy to bring this to council, as we know it's really critical for the strategy of continuing kind of the success of downtown Cambridge.
Okay, Councillor Craig.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a couple of amendments and perhaps get a little bit of direction as I go through this. But we have item B, we have no heavy trucks on Water Street, Ainsley Street, Myers Road, and I'd like to also include concession at this point. And secondly, in item C, to construct noise attenuation walls along the complete section, the complete length of McQueen-Shaver.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just getting briefed on protocol here. So I need a mover and a seconder for this, and then we can talk about amendments. But what I want to do is go through the list of speakers first to speak to this, but we'll take the amendments. Councillor Craig, it's just we need the mover and a seconder to bring this on.
Parked again.
Oh, you were slowly reversing a second ago. Okay, Councillor Williams.
Oh, thank you. This is for Commissioner Getsky. I was just wondering if we did include other streets as well, such as, sorry, I can't remember the name of the other street. Concession, sorry. We just talked about it. If we included Concession, would all of that traffic diverted on streets such as the McQueen-Shaver Boulevard be feasible? Like, would there be enough space for them and the traffic wouldn't be overflowing?
Through the chair, there definitely is capacity on McQueen-Shaver to to be able to tackle the volume. So today, I think we're diverting, I think it's 1,600 trucks from Water and Ainslie. On concession today, there's about 800 trucks a day that would, but there's definitely capacity on McQueen-Shaver to accommodate that. I think what I was referring to in terms of further study is more analyzing other shortcuts that trucks could take, as we, when you ban trucks on a given road, they might be tempted to take shortcuts. So that's what, so initially we had studied really Water and Ainslie. Then we saw that Myers could become such a shortcut, so we added Myers to it because we didn't want traffic to percolate on that residential street. And then, to be able to deal with concession and our staff position would be to do all the studies to avoid any further percolation on other residential streets of, trucks taking a chance saying, oh, well, if I just go 2 minutes on this residential street where they're not enforcing it, maybe I can short circuit. So that's where we want to be a little bit careful.
Okay, thank you. And you actually already answered my next question, because I was going to wonder about, if they're not using those routes, then they're probably using other ones, and we're obviously considering all of those. So I'm glad that that's a thing. Thank you.
Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. Have we moved and seconded the first motion? So that we...
Not yet. I'm getting through the speaker list first.
Oh, okay, because I was going to go on to Councillor Craig's, but I will wait. Okay, so Chair Redmond, I had you next.
Sorry, I was confused. I thought you wanted it moved and seconded, and then clearly Councillor Craig wanted to amend it.
I had speakers listed before, so I just wanted to make sure I was going through that. But once we get there,
So I will opt out of the speakers list.
Okay.
Let's get a motion.
I know. Councillor Liggett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When we talk about the potential of other streets probably being diverted, all we'd have to do is change that part of the motion where it talks about Ainslie and just cut the balance of it out and just leave it as no trucks allowed on Ainslie, and then there's no possible way they could go up. I forget what the name of that other street is right there. So we could just change that motion and add Councillor Craig's and be done.
Matthew, I'll ask for clarification. I don't know if there are any additional studies you need to do, or if that's...
Sorry, Chair, I didn't understand the question.
If it was just a simple adding in the concession street.
What I was saying was the second part of that motion, where you say add Schedule 19, all you'd have to do is say no heavy trucks anytime on Ainslie, remove out from concession to Water off of there, and then have Councillor Craig's amendment as well. And that would cover off any other side streets that there was a potential of any trucks going.
Sorry.
So yes, we can simplify. So I think because there, I would say, so just to understand, you want to change the way the two bullets there referring to bylaws are written. I think the reason why we put a lot of detail on the bylaws is we need to be specific from on a given street. We need to say what is the starting point and what's the end point. So that's why these two bullets are more detailed. But if you
through you, Madam Chair, I understand that. All I'm saying is the second bullet point. If you say all of Ainslie, not just between concession and Water, then that will not allow any of the trucks to go down Ainslie and then divert them through neighborhood streets. But even if they did that, that would add another 20 minutes onto their journey anyway. So I would just say cut out from Concession Street to Water Street and just leave it at any time on Ainslie. And then, of course, Councillor Craig's amendment. So that would be another amendment, I guess.
All right. I am going to proceed with a mover and a seconder on this. Oh, okay. Well, I've seen a couple other people in the queue now. I've got Councillor Urban, Councillor Deutschman. And Matthew, did you want to respond to Councillor Liggett to this? And then...
Maybe I'll ask, if I can, through you, if I can ask Mike or Cornell to to tell us about the subtleties of why we had talked about Ainslie from concession to water?
All the trucks. Okay, much better. So my understanding is that the question is that if we could include Ainslie Street or ban trucks on Ainslie Street, that would cover all the possibilities of trucks to divert. And the answer is no, because trucks are actually coming on concession from the west and traveling on Concession Street, and they may not even be touching Ainslie Street.
Okay, as I think there's a little bit of confusion here. Is there any way to get a diagram up?
Yeah, could be.
Okay. And put the motion on the floor? Okay, all right, we'll put the motion on the floor. Councillor Foxton seconded, Chair Redmond, hold on. Councillor Foxton moved it, Chair Redmond seconded. The motion's on the floor. Okay, so now there are possible amendments to this, but I think it would help to have a visual up for people so we can understand, especially Councillor Leatt's question, and get some clarification there. So, okay.
While we do that, could I get some clarification then, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so if you're talking about trucks coming across Cedar, you don't want them going onto Water, and you don't want them going onto Ainslie through the downtown, and we don't want them going onto Concession either. So is the purpose of, so you've got the red line for Water Street going south towards Brantford, but you don't have the red line going south on Ainslie towards Brantford. So if the purpose of Water Street and leaving it open to Ainslie is to carry it forward onto Concession, then that defeats that purpose, because there's no place for them to go other than Concession and Ainslie.
Let's just wait till we have the map up and then we can, okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, Water Street up to Myers Road is MTO Road, Ministry of Transportation Road. It's not a regional road. And we cannot put any signs on regional or on MTO Road which would ban trucks. So the first sign that we could put to ban trucks is actually on Myers Road, at Myers, along Water Street. And the scheme how to encourage trucks basically to turn right on McQueen-Shaver Boulevard will, and that's the option that is left to us, to have signs which would encourage trucks to turn right on McQueen-Shaver Boulevard and ban the movement of trucks along Ainslie at Concession. Because if they end up continuing on Water Street, and there is no trucks anywhere at the intersection of Ainslie and Concession, then they are really stuck.
Okay, just for
So these are
clarification.
technical details, and there are lots of these technical details when we are trying to sign the no truck movement.
Okay, just to back up a little bit here, I've had a couple requests for the screen to be more detailed to show the actual street concession.
This is
Myers.
Appendix A.
Yeah, blow that up a bit more so we have complete clarity on which streets are being spoken about here and impacted.
Just because of the accuser. If we went, like the reason you're using concession is the ones that are coming from West River Road down through and trying to get over the river. If they took West River Road, went over the footbridge to Highway 24, they could get on Queen Shafer and avoid concession completely. You don't have to use concession.
Okay, I mean, there are trucks coming from St. Andrew Street and on Cedar Street from the west. And if they are going on that street and they are not allowed to continue in concession, they would have to turn right on Ainsley Street, going down on Water Street all the way to McQueen Shaver Boulevard and come back on Franklin Boulevard, which is about 7 kilometers trip length, 5 kilometers longer than cutting through Concession Street.
Okay, so I want to go back to Councillor Liggett's question around the specific streets here. Sue, you're in the queue? Yeah. Okay, okay.
Did you want me to speak?
Yeah, now that we have the image up.
Okay.
And you can talk us through.
Okay, so the ban for the truck here is to go from Water Street at Ainsley all the way through. The reason I'm thinking that you've left Ainsley open was because of the supposition that they would be allowed to go down Concession. But if we're not going to allow them to go down Concession, there's no need for them to go along Ainsley because that would be only to access Concession.
I mean, the drawing that we prepared assumed that Concession is going to stay on the truck route. Yes, that's correct. Now, I don't exactly know what would that mean if Concession was taken off. We would have to think it through whether that section of Ainsley is still or would be banned. Probably that's doable, but then trucks coming from Cedar Street from the west would not be allowed to cross the bridge, basically.
Okay, so just trying to...
Can I just add something here?
Can I add something, and then I want to go back to Councillor Craig. He's been waiting a while parked, so I need to go back to Councillor Craig.
Sorry, I thought you said you were going to go back to him. So if you were to continue with the trucks coming off Cedar, then why would you have Water Street shut off and not Ainsley other than Concession? So is your purpose to allow trucks coming west to go south as well as across? Because if it's just to go across and down Concession, I think we don't want that. So if that is taken out of the equation, what is your thinking?
Okay.
Assume that we're going to vote against it going down Concession today. Just assume that. What would be your thinking?
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. The reason why we included Water Street south from Cedar is that if you travel north on Water Street, you are not allowed to make a left turn right now. And there is a reason probably why that left turn prohibition was implemented, and we did not want to change that or question that. So there is a reason why Water Street is red all the way. And the future plans for Cambridge include Water Street as an active transportation enhancement corridor as well, beside the river.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to Doug, Councillor Craig, sorry. You can speak to your recommendation.
Well, I think that the presentation by Councillor Cooper earlier, if a picture's worth 1,000 words, we certainly got it today. In terms of the truck traffic on Concession as it is day in and day out. And if you can imagine that same traffic going down Ainsley, which is a narrow corridor in the historic downtown, and the reverberation of noise with taller buildings, you can see the problems we're having. What I want is I don't want any trucks on Concession. I don't care how we word it, how we visualize it. I don't want trucks on Concession. And secondly, I want to come back to enforcement. I want us to do this, and I know there's a process whereby we're going to put the bylaw in, and then we're going to have a grace period, and then we're going to enforce. But I think we have to review how well that's going. Okay, that perhaps by Christmas, and make sure that trucks are actually doing what they're supposed to do. So I'd like to see that as part of this overall scheme. With regards to Section C, to construct the noise attenuation walls, if I believe my colleague sitting beside me, Councillor Foxton, is truthful and accurate, then the last council did have a visualization and a commitment to put noise attenuation walls right down between Shaver, okay? And so I'm saying that that's what we ought to be doing. You can't put a piece of noise wall here and one over here and all the rest of the residents looking both ways and saying, well, what about us? If you travel down the new bypass, it has all the aspects of a great place to race. It really is a raceway. And I agree with the concerns of the residents. Within a 3-hour period, they talked about what they got, and that's stud driving and everything else. So all of this has to be put together, has to be enforced, and it has to respect the neighborhood in terms of a continuum in terms of noise walls. Okay, so that's what's on the floor. He's not looking happy.
Okay, so is it possible between now and council to meet to discuss concession? The concession?
I think that's very, preferable.
Okay.
Because there are a lot of questions coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not going to try and close this off and celebrate. Oh, and if by council time this comes back with some further commentary, I could accept that.
Okay, so. Okay, I do have 2 speakers left in the queue. Councillor Erb and Councillor Deutschman, you still want to speak to this? Okay, so Councillor Erb, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair James. So my question is related to the addition of the sound wall that we're talking about, which apparently I was a part of approving in 2019, which I have forgotten. I apologize. My question is this, though. So by including that section, and we're talking about less than 1 decimal in that area, like what are we doing to our overall policy where we may be opening the door for the construction of other sound walls in other projects? So how far are we diverting from our existing policy here?
Hear me now? Through you, Madam Chair. The reason we made the recommendation the way we did, Councillor Erb, is we can't usurp the policy. So either it's 60 decibels or it's not. That can be a council decision. There is some accommodation in the noise policy for council to have the discretion if they deem that there are extenuating circumstances to usurp the policy and proceed. But I would remind council as well that the noise scale is logarithmic, which means it's not a consistent line. So 1 decibel is a fairly significant difference. I'm not advocating one way or the other. I understand and I empathize. I've had many conversations with the residents out on McQueen Shaver, but we simply can't make a recommendation that the policy doesn't support. It's as simple as that.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deutschman?
Thank you, Chair James. So just on that point, well, according to Councillor Foxton, there was a motion to approve in 2019. So is there one? And how's that been why has it changed? Regardless of whatever the studies are saying, can anyone in the inner circle tell us whether there is an actual motion that was passed? Because we shouldn't even be considering changes or whether it meets a number or not if the prior council approved already the wall.
Through you, Madam Chair, we did bring the policy back for review, and the policy was approved. I don't recall there being any resolution or decision from council about building the entirety of the wall on McQueen-Shaver Boulevard. We were going to come back to council with the revised noise policy. We're doing a review of the policy. We completed a review of the policy. Council endorsed the review of the policy. It essentially remained unchanged.
So you're saying there was no resolution to put it up? Well, I hear you don't recall, but was there one or was there not one? We keep records of everything. How do we have this? We don't recall. No offense, okay? Just you're there at the podium, but was there or wasn't there one?
Yeah, so clerks will have to check the minutes to go back. Okay. It'll take some time.
We'll check.
Okay.
Okay, and I have a further question, but
yeah, through the chair, yeah, we'll check exactly, but what the team is sharing is prior council did not approve a full wall along McQueen-Shaver. What was fully approved is on Franklin between McQueen-Shaver and Myers.
Okay, so, all right, well, that'll get clarified, and Councillor Foxton, you can follow up on that with them. So just on Appendix E, if you could throw that up on the screen, the noise levels along McQueen-Shaver Boulevard. Someone putting it up? Thank you. Just enlarge that. So what is our policy right now? Is it if it's over a certain number, then a wall goes up? Just to clarify for me, what the noise wall policy, over what decibels determines there should be a wall going up?
It varies in different parts of, through you, Madam Chair, Councillor Deutschmann, it varies in different parts of the policy, but in parts B and part C, we are considering McQueen-Shaver and Franklin as being under part B, which is where the region is the proponent. So if it's over 60 decibels and there is a 5 decibel increase from the existing noise, then warrants would be met. Anytime noise gets over 65 decibels, walls would be recommended.
So over 60, sorry, I missed the first part.
So the first part is if noise is over 60 decibels and it is more than 5 decibels more than the existing noise on the road. So whatever change we are making to the road, we would first measure the existing noise on the road. If there's no road there, as in the case of McQueen-Shaver, we would assume 55 decibels. So then if the sound is over 60 decibels, that would warrant walls being met under Part B of the policy. If at any time noise exceeds 65 decibels, walls are built.
Okay, so over 60, walls are warranted. Is that what you're saying?
Correct. If the existing noise on the road is less than 5 decibels. So if in this case there was a brand new road, in the instance of a brand new road, we would assume an average noise of 55 decibels. And so in this case, 60 is a difference of 5 and 60, so it would warrant a wall.
Okay, but I'm looking at this chart. You see the chart, right, that we're looking at?
I can see a chart.
Yeah, okay, well, it's produced by you guys, I assume. So this chart is like, most of them are like 58, 59, 60. I mean, how is that not like saying, let's use some discretion here because we anticipate more traffic on this road over time. Let's just go and do it. I don't understand why staff is not recommending that.
Just through the chair, I can, going back to the to the policy. So the approach that we have is we have a model that's already quite conservative and that provides and that looks at the topography and provides a conservative estimate of the noise impacts. So there's already a bit of a security there in terms of where that is. Then the second point is what Mike mentioned earlier. The scale is logarithmic. So 3 decibels actually means a doubling in the intensity of the noise. So 1 decibel, 1 out of 60 looks tiny, but it's actually more, because the scale is logarithmic, it's actually more significant. So today we had to set from a policy perspective, we need to set a threshold somewhere. So today, based on a number of international best practices, we set it at 60, and this is where, and we use that conservative model, and whatever is above 60 in that outside area of the household is where the noise walls are warranted. Now, but again, as Mike mentioned, there are extenuating circumstances. If council wants to go beyond the threshold that's indicated within the policy, then we'll follow council's direction on this.
I'd like to move an amendment to the motion that would authorize the construction of a noise wall along the entirety of the Queen Shaver. Did Doug say that? Okay.
Yeah, that's Councillor Craig. Okay.
Okay, Sue seconded it. Okay, we're good. I was lost on all the roads, so apologies.
I know. Here's the speaker list.
Thank you.
Okay, so we do have Councillor Craig's amendment. What I am hoping for and what I believe is the appropriate way is to refer this back to staff to report back on the extension of concession, as well as look at the noise wall going, the full noise wall.
This would be by council?
Yes.
Okay, by council.
Yeah.
And I also, this whole issue around the noise walls being warranted, that's where the public can apply to have a noise wall put up? Is that the warranted part?
No, we just do it.
So through the chair,
At a
again,
cost to the homeowner.
Yeah, the policy. Yeah, the policy has multiple parts. There's a specific rule for new roads like this one, and then there's another part of it which is for existing roads where residents can apply, and then there's a cost sharing mechanism. And the mechanisms for measuring are different. For example, for a new road, we already incorporate traffic forecasts. So we're looking at the increase in traffic in the future. Here we evidently, because it's tied into it's somewhat related to the truck diversion, we incorporated all of the truck diversion out of Water and Ainsley. So there's I would say the 3 parts of the policy have a bit of a different mechanism every time. But that's the general approach is we have a threshold for each of these cases whereby on new roads, it's the region's responsibility, and on existing roads, it's a shared responsibility with the homeowners.
I guess what I'm getting at, Madam Chair, through you, is the fact that where we get into the whole scenario with the public wanting to put a noise wall up, which isn't warranted, where they pay 50%, and then they have to have a certain number of people agree with them on the block, that has never been successful. Am I correct?
That's correct. I think it's because it requires something like a 2/3 majority of neighbors to support this.
And,
Yes.
and that's the issue with this whole policy.
Okay, so the
We put
policy
in
itself.
defeating policy.
Okay, so sorry, Councillor Craig. I just want to make sure we've got a hard stop at 4. We do. There's quite a few people in the queue. I want to make sure if we're not voting on this today, we get through the speakers and then we can bring this back to council.
Well, I think, Madam Chair, I'll finish up.
Yeah.
But, we've got in place a policy that people can't win with regards to paying for and getting so many people within their scope of neighbors to agree. I mean, it doesn't work. And I think that's what's wrong.
It's something to be reviewed and for council to come to discuss. I will agree with that. I thought I had Councillor Verbanovic.
That was from the last one. It never cleared.
Okay, all right, Councillor Hunick.
Through you, Chair. So based on the travel forecasts, it's we're at 59 decibels on McQueen Shaver Boulevard. But I'm just thinking that wouldn't it make sense that based on traveling and also population growth, that in a very short period of time, I don't know, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, maybe 6 months, we will be over the threshold of 60 decibels. And then those same delegations can come back and say, we told you so, can we have our wall now? I just don't want to look like an idiot. I would rather be preemptive.
Through the chair, so here we have incorporated, again, we've been quite conservative about the traffic, so we've incorporated all of the truck diversion as well as, I'd say, significant traffic increases until 2031. So today, I would say the model, the assumptions that we've used in the model are already quite conservative. And I know if I listen to my team, they're telling me that the assumptions that we used in the model are unlikely, in terms of traffic, are unlikely to be met by 2031. So we're already we're anticipating, we're preparing and protecting for greater volume of traffic than what more recent trends are showing.
Okay, so I have Councillor Shantz, because I know you haven't spoken yet, and then we're going to put the amendment to the motion, is that what it was? The referral, I'm getting confused, the referral up on the screen, and then we're going to vote on that. Okay, Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I support the motions that are going through. In principle, I'm glad we're giving staff a chance to look at it. When I look at the traffic flow, there's really no place to cross the river, and so I just want to make sure that that's taken into consideration. So if we're referring it, I'm good.
Okay, so you are ready, Erin? Okay, we're going to put the referral, the language on the monitor. I will read it out loud. Okay. All right, so I need a mover and a seconder for this. Councillor Foxton, Councillor Hunick. Okay, I thought we already did this. The referral, or deferral, yeah, referral.
I have a comment.
Oh, okay. All right.
Sorry, Chair James. Just, I too support this motion. I'm happy with the deferral. I would ask costing come back because, again, I think it's prudent that we know what we're committing the region to. So it isn't that I don't support it. It's just I think we should have the costing as well.
Okay. So voting is open. We have everybody. Okay, so that is carried. Okay, great discussion. Where are we now? Okay, so we are now at 7.2.2. Hold on, let me just look at the time. Okay, 20 minutes. 7.2.2, Stage 2 ION business case scope and schedule. Commissioner Getzky.
We're breaking in 20 minutes. Can we maybe do another one and then have your break so that we don't lose our thoughts on
this one?
Yeah, because I think it'll be a lengthy one.
Yeah, so I looked at my watch.
Could just picking up on Councillor Verbanovic's point, could we do the one that has, like, there's people, Tova and Mary Jane, and there's some people, members of the public here? Like, I'm just wondering if we could deal with their issue.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor McCabe. Okay, we will go to 7.3.4. That's the Climate Action Waterloo Region Collaborative Funding Agreement. And Rod Regier, Commissioner Regier. All right, we are going to move to 7.3.1. That is the Blue Box transition update. Next step, there's a staff presentation. Commissioner Rose.
So thank you, Chair James. Just to introduce this report, this is the third report in a series of reports started earlier this year on the Blue Box.
Sorry, I do have to interrupt you. I do believe there is a conflict that needs to be declared.
Yeah, thanks, Colleen. I did submit a form and would like to declare a conflict due to the nature of my consulting employment, so thank you.
Clerks, you have that noted? Thank you. Okay, thank you. Continue, Rose.
So this is the third report of a series of reports we started earlier this year on the Blue Box program. This update is a significant milestone, and Director Arsenault will lead us through a presentation on the report.
Thank you, Commissioner Rose, and through you, Chair James. Yeah, we're back to Blue Box complexity. Next slide, please. Just as a refresher from previous reports we've done, this slide just indicates where we are now, which is on the left side of the slide, which has been in place since the early 2000s, where producers fund upwards of 50% of the Blue Box program cost. Municipalities operate it and put in the remaining funding. The right side is where our future state is, where we're going, whereby producers or those that generate the products will be fully funding and fully operating the Blue Box program, the residential Blue Box program. Ultimately, this change in regulation puts the onus on the producers to create and generate Blue Box materials to properly manage them in the context of the circular economy. That's certainly what we want to see achieved, designed for the environment, reuse and recycle versus final disposal, as they are in the best position to do that. Next slide, please. Again, transition period, post-transition, it's a phased approach. As set out in the approved regulation, all eligible communities and municipalities in the province required to transition between July 1st of this year and the end of 2025. So some of the communities such as Ottawa, London, Toronto, they come to mind. The first out of the gate, they started in July 1st. It's a 2.5-year transition period for all municipalities across the province to be in this new future state, full Blue Box producer responsibility. The intent is to be as seamless as possible and maintain current service levels that we see today at the curb through the transition process, regardless of who's operating it up until the end of 2025. As we've identified previously and in the report, the regional Waterloo transitions in March 2024, so roughly 6 months from now, not that far off. Post-transition, so post-2026 and beyond, as I've mentioned, further changes to the program are expected and will occur at the discretion of the producer groups, as they will have full operational and financial control responsibility for the program. Next slide, please. At our last update report meeting, we talked about the opportunity to potentially what we call opt-in and administer the Blue Box program using our existing contract on behalf of the producer groups. Circular Materials, that's the primary producer group behind this common collection system, provided us a master services agreement or a standard offer to do that on their behalf. Upon review of the offer, staff has determined that there's a number of financial and operational risks, such as contract clauses open to interpretation, logistics concerns, increased reporting. Some of those examples, change orders that are outside of our control that we have no additional funding, but we would have to fulfill. Time and costs, risks associated with delivery. One of the components of this new world is that all the Blue Box materials has to go to a single receiving facility in the community. So it's logistically, it's a lot more difficult. Additional monthly and annual reporting beyond and above what we already do. And all of this to be done at less than 80% of the full cost recovery that we're supposed to see. So given our concerns, we're recommending as part of this report, we opt out of administering the blue box collection during the transition period. That being said, under the regulation and upon us choosing to opt out, Circular Materials is obligated under the regulation to arrange collection, transfer, processing, full management of blue box materials, residential blue box materials, including resident education and collection issue resolution, effective as of our transition, so as of March 2024. And under this arrangement, Circular Materials would approach our current collection contractors, and in fact, they've already had some conversations about them undertaking the work, just like they do today, maintain current service levels in accordance with our current contract. So if you think about, in essence, what this is a direct contractual relationship between Circular Materials and the existing collection contractor. So it's taking out the blue box portion of our existing contract, and so it's a direct contractual relationship between the producer groups and our contractors to fulfill the same level of service and scope that we know today and see at the curb until the end of transition. So same weekly collection, same days of collection, things like that. Next slide, please. One of the nuances to this, and we've talked about this before, there's a number of non-eligible sources or areas that aren't captured in a regulation. So under our program, we currently collect from approximately 1,500 to 2,000 locations that are deemed non-eligible. And they are typically commercial or institutional properties, and primarily in our downtown cores and places of worship as examples. During the transition period, Circular Materials is allowing communities to continue to collect status quo from these locations, as long as we can come up with agreements with our existing collection contractors, and of course at our cost to do so, because it's outside of the regulation. As you're aware, we're working towards the development of a new collection contract, and part of that is doing a downtown waste services review in all the area municipalities. And that includes a review of the recycling collection practices. So staff are recommending we continue provision of service, the recycling provision to non-eligible sources through transition, while we continue that study and while we determine how we may manage these locations post-transition, so post-2026 and beyond. As at that point, Circular Materials will no longer accept the blue box materials under their program. Next slide, please. Oh, there we go. So this, in a nutshell, is what's about to occur, or overview of the future common collection system. So working from left to right, collection, as I mentioned, no different than what we do today, the difference being contracts directly with our existing contractors. And moving to the right, the material is to go to a single receiving facility. We now know that receiving facility is the Waste Management Canada transfer station in North Waterloo on Conrad Place. So under the consolidation on the right side, all the blue box materials that are collected will go to that facility, be packaged up accordingly to be processed wherever at the purview of the producers in the long run. A couple of items here just to keep in mind, noticed in bold and italics. So on the collection side, we do take some materials in through our public drop-off depots. It's a small volume compared to what we collect at the curb, but most of that is from the industrial, commercial, institutional sector, so it wouldn't be caught up in this regulation. There is a portion that is, so we're looking at options of some cost recovery potential from Circular Materials, but the majority of it we would need to look at managing ourselves outside of the regulatory program. And we believe that's important to continue to do to provide that service. Again, we need to work out those numbers though. And on the receiving facility side, and just from a logistics perspective, for our contractors to clear the curbs each day and get their work done, Miller Waste in particular commingles blue box with organics on a single truck. The difficulty of going to a single receiving facility, dropping organics at our sites and all that becomes very logistically difficult. They have asked, or we're starting a process of discussing using our facilities, our infrastructure, much like we do today, to drop the materials, and we'll load trucks that will then transfer the blue box materials to that single receiving facility in Waterloo. So it's in essence, it's called a tolling agreement. So next slide, please. So kind of wrapping up, next steps upon approval of the report, should you do so. Official notification to Circular Materials that of our intent to opt out so that they can further negotiate and finalize the agreements they need with our collection contractors to ensure seamless collection of blue box materials through the transition period. We will have negotiations with the collection contractors to determine how to manage and what the cost will be for those that are considered ineligible materials, those specifically downtown cores and that. We still have to do some work to look at options and what the cost implications are for the small volumes we do get at our public drop-off depots, and looking at how to manage those instead of this material going to landfill, of course. And also negotiate this tolling agreement, as I mentioned, the pricing with the collection contractors to utilize our infrastructure during the transition period to transfer the materials by bulk trailer to the single receiving facility in Waterloo. And of course, this all goes, we need a development of an education campaign to assist with the transition process. This has already started. We've updated our website to try and give FAQs on the producer responsibility program, and we'll continue to do that. Any elements certainly that have a connection to residents or questions, we'll certainly focus on that. The expectation here, though, is if as a resident at the curb, you shouldn't see anything different through the transition years, regardless of who's administering the contract. One of the items, though, that we'll hear that will be something we need to keep an eye on and we'll be dealing with is our contractors will be fully responsible for contract or for resolution at the curb and things like that that are, we're involved with a fair bit right now. So it's going to be a communication effort just to make sure that everyone's aware who to call and when and pushing those calls off. As Commissioner Rose had mentioned, our intent to bring back another report later this fall as a further update, because we should have a few more details on this program at that point, and certainly clarification as it relates to the 2024 budget process. Okay. So with that, next slide, I guess, any questions anyone may have.
Thank you. I have no questions from councillors. Oh, Councillor Sean, why nothing's showing up in here? Okay,
I wasn't quick enough on my button there. Thank you. Just a quick question. I just want to make sure that I understand. I think you said that as a resident, at least at this current time, they won't see any change until I think it would be 2025. Is that correct?
Yes. Through you, Chair James, that's correct. Transition period, regardless of who's administering or overseeing the contract, the intent right now, as we know it, is our existing contractors will still continue to do that work, and they'll still do it same level of service. So the day of the week you get your collection, the type of collection you get would be maintained. You may see the odd difference with the trucks or something, but, sure. To meet that. And then once 2026 happens and the entire province is transitioned over, we're not quite clear at this point what that will look like.
So just a follow-up to that then, if I'm a commercial business or a church, I wasn't quite clear what's happening there because you said there were some differences and I didn't quite catch the nuance of that.
So under the regulation, this is a residential blue box regulation, and it's unfortunately there's a number of locations that are considered non-eligible, and they're typically commercial businesses or institutions that aren't captured. So there's no requirement on behalf of the producer groups to actually collect from those locations. What we're suggesting is, because under our current program, we've had council directive to collect from these areas, and it's happened for years, that we continue at least through the transitional period at our cost, and we will then determine in the next little while how we will manage this post 2026.
Okay, so essentially from a resident's point of view, this is all internal stuff. They won't see any changes.
Correctly.
Thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Erb.
Thank you, Chair. My question is related to the non-eligible locations as well. and so now the whole collection system that we use now, like the vehicles and everything, are not owned by the region. They're all contracts, correct? So if, and maybe I'm getting too far into the weeds and too far down here, but if in 2 years from now, we decide, after the trial, we decided to collect from the non-eligible locations, would that require capital expenditures on behalf of the region to buy the equipment to do that, or would we hire contractors to do that as we do now?
So through you, Chair James, the latter. As we're fully contracting out pretty much now, we would look to that. We wouldn't look to our own sources, and especially for those volumes of material, it will be small enough. We would look as an add-on, and again, as I mentioned, we're doing a downtown waste services collection review. We could see something like this being put into those kind of contracts.
And that 1,500 number, I think, that was for the whole region of that non-eligible.
Yes, it's 1,500 to 2,000. So put it in perspective, it's less than 1.5% of the collection stops we make today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, there is a recommendation. I need a mover. Councillor Deutschmann, seconded by Councillor Liggett. You'll be prompted in your e-scribe. Perfect. Okay, that is carried. It is 3:59. We are going to break for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 4:20 and we'll start with the ION Stage 2 business case. All right, everybody, we're going to reconvene. I initially said we'd be starting with the ION report, but we're going to, out of respect for the delegation or the people who are in the audience, start with PDLC PL 23-04, Climate Action Waterloo Region Collaborative Funding Agreement. Which item is that specifically? 7.3.4. So, Commissioner Regier, I think that is you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair James. This report is simply looking for the extension of the agreement that we have with Climate Action Waterloo Region for an additional 4-year period. We've got a 5-year period, sorry. Yeah, the next one is 4 years, I guess, right? So, okay. We had funding currently allocated in the budget. This report asks us to extend the funding agreement for an additional 5-year period. We've now come to the end of the first 5-year period. We need to consider its long-term, our long-term commitment to the project. This aligns extremely well with the climate action strategy for the region of Waterloo. As an organization, we've made deep commitments to adjusting our responding to the challenge of climate change, and this is an essential component in this project. So,
thank you. Questions from councillors regarding this report? Okay. Councillor McKay.
Thank you very much, through you, Chair. And thank you, Rod, for referencing the region and council and community's deep commitment to the work that Climate Action Waterloo Region does. And my understanding is that this is coming to us outside of the budget process because Sustainable Waterloo Region has been managing and administrating this collaborative for over a year because they haven't had an agreement. Like it's been, I don't know, we've been delayed for some reason in having this agreement. So they've been actually managing this. I think it's like without any funding for the past year. I think that's correct. But regardless, they've been doing this without an agreement in place. And in fact, it's been a long time since there's been a significant increase to this collaborative. And I think that the funding that's being provided for the amount of work that this group does and the quality of work and the partnership that this organization provides the region and the municipalities and certainly people across our community, individuals and businesses and others, that I believe that this is actually not enough funding for them to do the type and quality and the amount of work that's needed if our community is actually going to have a chance to reach our climate targets, our carbon reduction targets. So this report is recommending a year-over-year increase of about 2.5% or approximately cost of living. But we all know that the reality is that the cost of living has gone up. And as Rod just said, through our strategic planning process, we heard clearly from the community, from staff, from council that taking like urgency with climate action and moving some of these initiatives forward really is a very clear and high priority for us and for the community. And we clearly agree with that because we just approved the draft strategic plan as well. Over the summer, there's been extreme heat episodes, wildfires, and other climate disasters, and we know that climate change impacts are accelerating. And I would also just, I would also just note that about, I guess, an hour ago, we approved an increase in the Waterloo Economic Development Corporation's funding of by about 56%. At our meeting in June, we also approved outside of the budget I think it was about an $800,000 increase to work that the region's economic development office is doing. So, and I'm certainly not suggesting that that organization, Waterloo Economic Development Corporation, or the work of the municipal economic development staff is not important. It is important, but so is the work of Climate Action Waterloo Region, and so is the work of of addressing climate change. So given the amount of work required for our community to meet and given the increasing urgency regarding climate change, I'd like to propose that we actually double the amount of funding for this important community organization.
Okay,
And
so
I have a motion if you want me to put that.
so I think it would be an amendment, but I need to have somebody move and second this one. So Councillor Foxton, Councillor Hunick. Okay, so this motion is on the floor. Now, Councillor McCabe, you have an amendment to double this. Okay, so now any councillors who want to speak to the recommendation, the amendment? Okay. Okay, so we need a seconder for this amendment. Councillor Deutschman. Okay, I've Chair Redmond. You can go ahead. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay, so what is the total with the double amount? Okay, so I have some speakers to this amendment, Chair Redmond, and then Councillor
Could I also
Foxton.
just say, if it's easier, well, I know they need an assigned agreement because they're working without one for a year, but anyway, sorry, I'll just wait for the other comments.
Yes, thank you. Chair Redmond.
So I think that there's nobody on this council that doesn't appreciate the amazing work that Climate Action Waterloo Region does. I guess through you, I know we have delegations and people representative of these groups who may want to speak to it. I would just be interested to know what the overall budget is, what are their sources of funding they get, and why was it simply a 2.5 cost of living increase that led us to look at 60,000 for 2023. So I guess I'm looking for a little bit more context before I contemplate doubling this or supporting doubling this.
Yeah, and I apologize for putting Tova and Mary Jane on the spot. They weren't aware of.
Is it okay if I answer? Okay.
Absolutely. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Through the
Tova.
chair.
Hit the button.
It's green. It is green. Yes. So through the chair, thanks for the question. So the increase of 2.5% was actually put in because historically we haven't had a cost of living increase, and we've had cost of living cost increases. So we wanted to make sure that was put in place. And as Councillor McCabe said, there has been some urgency to have an agreement signed because we're operating in good faith at this point. We haven't done any projections for what we think the work could go to, but we certainly know that there are limitations to our capacity at this point in how we can implement and support other actions scaling up and becoming active in the community. So it was, I think, a sense of we need to make sure we have at least cost of living to pay our people a little bit more, and some urgency that took us to a 2.5%.
Okay. Chair Redmond, follow up? No?
Mary Jane, do you want to add anything?
Oh, dear. No, I think that covers it regarding the percentage increase.
And I guess through you to staff, any comments on the funding level, or was it just the cost of living increase that hasn't been there before?
I might ask, Megan to address the details of the discussions with Climate Action Waterloo Region. I'm assuming, because I wasn't part of, Megan's been leading this process on our side, but I'm assuming that we hadn't contemplated a significant increase in the program, but but we're really focused entirely on just stabilizing this, making sure we had an agreement in place, and flowing funds to the organization on an ASAP basis. But Megan, I don't know if you can elaborate on the discussions around program structure and that sort of thing.
Thank you. Through you, Chair James. I actually don't have a lot to add. As Commissioner Reguer mentioned, our urgency was getting an MOU in place, and so we felt that the 2.5 cost of living adjustment was sufficient. However, I think Tova has spoken well about additional capacity that we could explore. We've just worked with the budget that we've had year over year and made that 2.5 adjustment. In terms of program expenses, I think we could look to further enhancements. We have just completed our recent community emissions inventory, and we show that we are making slow progress towards our community target. So we could look at how we could further enhance opportunities to speed up that process to reaching our target.
If I may, Chair James, what I might suggest is that we could bring that conversation back to the budget discussion. Megan and our colleagues at Climate Action Waterloo Region can engage in some conversations around the program structure and report on progress and the plan for 2024 moving forward, and bring back additional information for council consideration.
Chair James, I really do appreciate staff and the delegations coming forward. I'm reluctant at this point in time to approve something that's not based on anything that's been thoughtful and projected. And while we have given increased out-of-budget funding to different groups, it's always been predicated on a plan, an action plan, or a business case. And I know that this group is second to none in being able to do that. So again, this is not a reflection of the value that you provide this community. I think we all really appreciate it, but I think doubling it in the absence of any kind of business plan or trajectory of how you would increase your service, I would be much more comfortable if this would come back with input from Climate Action WR.
Thank you. Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. And thank you, Rod, because I was going to suggest it go to budget. But in the meantime, they get this year's amount, which is the 300 and whatever. I can't see my speaker thing's up. So yeah, so we give them out for this year, not the double. We give them out that we budgeted for, because we heard this morning that at our halfway mark, where we've been usually in the past $3 million to help offset as a prop and to move forward, we only have 700,000 this year. And if we're going to give half of that away, I'm not sure we're going to make the year, and we end up in a deficit. So I think we should give this year's, put this in the budget, allow you to make the plan, because to tell you the truth, we gave you $10 million. It wouldn't be enough, because you can do so much for climate action. And we all know that. So we need a plan and a business plan. And you know, I've directed you, Marianne, to a few groups to fund, and they're willing to fund. Those groups are stepping up. So I think that I agree with Rod that it should go to budget, and I would like to make that motion, that we give them the contribution as in the original motion. Can I do that?
So we currently have an amendment to the original motion that's on the floor.
Oh, okay.
I want to clarify too, I think at this point the options are to vote on the amendment as Councillor McCabe has presented it, or Councillor McCabe, you could withdraw this and put it to our budget. The clarification that was needed was if you wanted to add these funds for now or 2024. So there's some clarification needed there too.
You want me to speak to that right now, or are you going through
I'm going to go through the
Okay.
queue first, but just so Councillor Foxton knows.
I just was clarifying if Councillor Foxton was making a friendly amendment of $10 million.
Councillor Erb, you're next.
Thank you. My comments were basically going to be the same as Chair Redmond, or Councillor Redmond suggested. And I don't have any trouble with the organization and getting adequate funding to do the work that they do. But I think in fairness to all other agencies that we fund, we need to have some kind of a business plan or something of what the money would be used for. So I would support having it referred back to staff and coming back at budget time.
Thank you. Councillor Urbanovic.
Thank you very much, Chair James. And I want to thank the delegation for coming in and, like some of my colleagues, extremely supportive of the work that you do, supportive of it at our council and in other venues. But I do think that, to just sort of put a motion on the floor today to double it without that business plan, I don't think it really would demonstrate all of us collectively doing our due diligence in terms of all of the other competing interests that we have. I do think that as we consider the motion today, we need to consider it in the context of the full 5 years. Like, this is a 5-year agreement with an inflationary clause, and I think as organizations, you don't want just 2023 approved, because then it's very difficult to plan. So I think we need to do that and then simply refer the request for additional dollars to the budget. But today we should actually deal with the full 5-year piece.
Thank you. Councillor Shantz.
Thank you. I'll just say I agree with my colleagues on this. Love the work that you ladies in your organizations do, and I think it's worth every penny. But I think we should have a plan, even though the quantum may seem small in the grand scheme. It's just a better way to do business. So I certainly support the original motion.
So do you want me to speak to?
So Councilor McCabe, do you still want to keep this on the floor for us to vote on this?
So I'll amend my motion then to say, but before I do that, I'll just say that I think some organizations, particularly some smaller organizations, I think sometimes they're just used to hearing no, and they don't, and no disrespect to Mary Jane and Tova, they've been doing this work a long time and have heard no to funding increases a lot and funding requests a lot. So I think sometimes it's like you're head down doing your work, and it's almost a bit of a take what you can get with a 2.5% increase. So I know that you would have no problem figuring out how to spend an additional $60,000 a year. I know from having volunteered on different committees that staff retention, for one thing, is certainly an issue, right? And that even if the money went to something like that so that you could hire the really highly qualified staff, I know you have really highly qualified staff, but I know they do it out of a love and devotion to the work they're doing. But so it is a small amount of money, like you're getting 60-ish thousand a year. I'm looking to double that to 60-ish more. I mean, we're not talking about millions of dollars here like some other organizations. So, and as you also just said, sorry, I don't know your name, but is it Megan, that progress is slow, and that's not a reflection of the people doing the work. That's a reflection of the limitations of the capacity that we've given you and others have given you to do the work. So, I'll change that motion then to say that.
So, Councillor McCabe, I don't believe, just correct me, Will, with procedure, you can't amend your own amendments.
Oh, I can't amend my own?
No.
Oh, okay. So I withdraw?
So there's the motion on the floor, so we'll have to vote on this motion, and then if...
No, if I can withdraw it and then say, put another one on, can I do that? Okay.
You can.
So I'll withdraw that motion and then say that we'll make a motion to approve the report or the recommendation, but request that the organizations come back with a business plan to, should I say triple, double? Why don't you come back with a couple of options for us to consider?
I don't think...
no, that's not a motion. Okay.
Give me a second, Councillor McCabe.
But I don't want them to limit themselves. Yeah, but I don't want them to limit themselves to like 50%. It could, it could be 100%.
Okay, so Councillor McCabe, you can we can take a break and you can draft up a new motion. Or we can withdraw this one and vote on the original one, and then direct
Can I just
staff.
withdraw the motion and then ask for a staff report to come back as soon as possible to explore the possibility of increasing
Yeah, we
their-
can add that to the tracking
Okay.
list, okay? So is there consensus with this? Okay, all right. We're back to the main motion now. So we have I will read that. No, I will read it out for you, Councillor. That the Regional Municipality of Waterloo extend the collaborative funding agreement with the cities of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo for an additional 5-year period to fund Climate Action Waterloo Region, WR, requiring a total contribution of $315,380 as outlined in report PDL CPL 23-024 dated August 15th, 2023. So Councillor Foxton moved it, and Councillor Hunick, you seconded it. So now we need to vote. Okay, that's carried. I did not see Chair Redmond in the queue. Chair Redmond, did you have comments you wanted to speak to this briefly?
If this is appropriate, Chair James, I was just going to draw attention to the fact that the motion that we just passed talks about a funding agreement with the cities of Cambridge, Kitchener, and Waterloo. So there are other players and other interests in this. So I know Councillor McCabe asked for consensus to direct staff, but I would ask that that consultation include those other funding bodies as well.
Okay, all right. So we are back in order on our regularly scheduled agenda. Thank you, Climate Action, for hanging around and answering the questions. Continue the good work. Okay. 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 So, all right, we're going to move to 7.3.5. That is the Community Energy Investment Strategy Collaborative Funding Partnership, as they have been waiting some time as well.
Yep.
So, Commissioner Regier, if you want to introduce this.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair James. This is also a request for direction to extend and renew funding agreement with an important climate action related partnership. In this particular case, it's with an organization known as the Community Investment Strategy Waterloo Region. They are a partnership of, it is a partnership of all of the utilities in the Waterloo region and the area municipalities in the region. This is, in my view, an astonishing partnership because it brings together essentially all of the key players in delivering energy to the regional economy. And these are the partners that need to be engaged to transform our energy system to a more sustainable format. So it's a very important partnership that that needs a long-term commitment in a manner similar to the Climate Action Waterloo Region Partnership. So here we have, excuse me, an allocation of funding in the existing 2023 budget, but we're looking for a 4-year commitment, additional commitment to implement and execute on our strategies.
Thank you. I have questions. You move it? Okay. Councillor McCabe, you had a question?
So I have the same comments regarding this organization as I did with the past organization. So I would ask for similar consideration that we approve it now because they need to have the agreement in place, but that we ask staff to come back with a report that looks at doubling or more, give us some options around increasing the funding that they receive.
Okay, so we will add that to the tracking list for this. Okay, so Councillor Deutschmann, you moved it. Councillor Urbanovic, you had a, sorry, go ahead, I missed you, Councillor Urbanovic, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Just a question on this. I'm wondering what our process is for these other groups. I've heard other members of council at different points in time who've been very focused on process with respect to different grants and how we allocate them to different kinds of groups. And we seem to be suggesting and maybe raising expectations of a different approach or process here. And so wondering if staff can comment on what the process is for environmental groups. And if there isn't one, perhaps we should be looking at something more in depth than simply, individual proposals being solicited.
Okay, Bruce?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a great question, Councillor Urbanovic. I would think that I know as we've just approved the strategic plan, that we need to take a full look at what it takes to get our strategic plan done, and the environmental piece and climate action is a key piece of that. So to your point, when you operationalize that, what does it mean for grants? Should we be funding these groups through grants or some other mechanism? So if we could take that away and bring that back to council through the budget process, I think it's a fantastic question and we need to give you answers.
Yeah, that would certainly, I think, be my desire, is to look at it more comprehensively, because I do know that, I think we're all aware that we have significant budget pressures as well this year, so we need to sort of keep that in context as well.
I think that's an excellent suggestion, evaluating this through the budget process. It would be more appropriate there as well. Okay. Councillor McCabe, and then we're going to vote on this.
Well, I just need to, a couple of things. I mean, this is an agreement, not a grant. So there is a process in place because, as you just heard, staff have been working with both of these organizations to get this agreement in place. So I see this as very different from grant processes, and that say some of our arts organizations go through. So, but I just wanted to be clear, because we've asked staff to come back for Climate Action Waterloo Region with a report. Is that still the case? We can ask them to come back and similarly for this organization as well.
You can.
I'm through you, Chair James. I might just ask Matthew and Megan about your reporting cycle, because I know that you have brought, I think earlier this year, you brought forward a report to council. Is there another one in the works?
Through you, Madam Chair. We don't have a planned report coming up for the Community Energy Investment Strategy. We do have some important work that they are leading that has come forward in previous reports, like the Green Development Standards, and we do foresee an update coming forward on that in the near future. In terms of tracking the implementation of the strategy, we don't have one planned. The report I think you're referring to, Commissioner Regier, is the community inventory that was brought forward, and that was led by Climate Action WR, so that was the most recent climate-focused report.
Okay, so just to clarify with this, it will be added to the tracking list, but under the budget portion to report back during that process through the budget. Okay. All right, so I have a mover. I believe Councillor Deutschmann, you moved this. I need a seconder for this. Councillor Erb. Okay, your e-scribes will be prompted soon. Oh, yes, we are voting on the original. Councillor Fox, you had a question for Craig?
Greg, is this already in the budget?
Excuse me. So through the chair, the $63,000 provision for 2023 is included in the region's approved 2023 budget.
Thank you.
Okay, so that is carried. Okay. So we are now back to, there's no more, okay. 7.2.2, that's the Stage 2 Ion business case scope and schedule. So I'll call on Commissioner Getzky.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll just do a brief introduction on this report for information. So on May 24 at Special Planning and Works Committee, Council directed the staff to consider a new south terminal for the LRT located in southeast Cambridge near Dundas and Main Street. At the time, we were also asked to analyze the feasibility of adding such a route with minimal delays to the development of the business case. So the work we've done in-house is to evaluate, because there were some questions about how much time that would take and how much how far that would push back the business case exercise. So the work we've done since, and which is contained in the report, shows that we're confident that the new route and the terminal can be added to the ongoing evaluation process of the South Terminus. And if we do so, results would be brought back to Council at the end of 2023, which would enable us to kickstart the business case process in the first half of 2024. So that's what's contained in the report, and it's for information.
Thank you. I see Councillor Liggett, you have a question? Go ahead. Okay, any questions for Mathieu? Okay. You're not logged on, but Councillor Wolf? Yep.
On a notice to reconsider a motion directing staff to include 3 project alternatives within the Stage 2 Ion business case. So basically, to explain that is, you heard the delegates today. You heard the delegates today about the LRT. All 3 delegates want the terminus to be in downtown Galt. And they don't want to spend the 6-month time before the business case is presented. We want to get on with this, do it now, were their comments, and they've asked me to bring this motion. So,
okay.
To do the motion, we have to go through all of these steps.
Yes, so we need the notice to waive, the motion to waive the notice of motion, a motion to reconsider a motion passed May 24th, 2023.
Yep.
We need a motion with changes, and then you'd need a mover and a seconder for that.
Yes.
Okay?
And I do have a mover for the first motion, which is...
Okay, so we will do the motion to waive notice of motion first, and we need a 2/3 for that.
Okay, so...
Seconding, so we've got Hammersmith.
So hold on. From a process point of view, I said I would second it, but waiving notice requires 2/3?
Yeah.
Because this motion wasn't given ahead of time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I need, yes, Councillor Liggett?
So if we waive notice and we vote on that, that has a total disregard for this particular, this recommendation to receive this as information for a potential 4th, because it only brings up 3, correct?
Correct.
So if we waive the notice of motion, we need a motion to reconsider a motion passed May 24th. And then I think you can bring your motion
the amendment
forward.
would be to actually remove that one section.
So that would have complete disregard for this here. I don't support that at all.
Yeah.
So just point of clarification.
Hold on one second. Just can you clarify if the queue is working or not? I just don't want people just unmuting and if there's people who are in the speaker's queue. So can you ensure that you do put in there? Yeah, please use the speaker queue.
I'm in the queue.
Yes, I have your name there. Deutschman?
It was a point of clarification. I don't think you need to go into, but that's fine. No problem.
So what's your point of clarification?
I'm just trying to understand, is this to eliminate, like, was the original motion to look at 4 options as terminus in Cambridge? Is that like 1, 2, 3, 4, T1 to 4?
Can I respond? The original motion was 3 options, and then they added a 4th one, which is basically not the downtown core. It's southeast Cambridge. And if we get to it, I can explain why. And actually, the people that spoke on the LRT talked about that they want the LRT and they want it in the downtown core, et cetera. And they want it now, so they don't want to spend the 6 months looking at the alternative because they want to get the business case on track and sort of clear the air in terms of what we want to do. So.
Okay, Clerks is going to put the original motion on the screen for everybody.
No, we have to waive.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just for clarification for everybody, right now, Councillor Wolf is asking to waive notice on a notice of motion so that she can get to the point of moving a motion to reconsider the motion that is currently on the screen, which was back on May 24th. That's the motion that she's referring to right now. That is, she is hoping to amend to change what was decided on May 24th. So at this point in time, we have a mover and I think a seconder, Mr. Verbanovich, to ask to waive notice, which needs 2/3 of council to vote in favor of. The explanation from Councillor Wolf is that she would like to then move a motion to reconsider the motion that's in front of everybody from May 24th. So that's where we're at right now, just for clarification for everybody.
Councillor Verbanovic.
Sorry, can I just get some clarification here? Like, we've already given direction on this. Staff have presumably started the work because, 2 months have passed since then? What's changed that we would be reconsidering this? Like, I get it from a process view around waiving, but to be frank, I don't agree with not doing all of our due diligence on this.
Well,
So can staff or someone or Councillor Wolf explain that to me?
Can I?
Councillor Wolf, yeah.
Okay. Since we passed this, there has been a lot of discussion in Cambridge about not having the LRT, all right? And there's been a lot of discussion about having the LRT. The people that came today which represent the BIA, and we have heard from several business people, a lot of people in my former ward, a lot of people that want the LRT, and they want it in the downtown core. They feel that the discussion is muddying the waters about looking at this 4th option, which is more expensive. We'll have 2 tryovers. We'll spend a lot of time getting staff report, coming back to say, this is still the option that we're favoring. So what I've been asked by my constituents in Cambridge is to bring this motion forward. They actually wrote a new motion, but then I was told that we should be doing it this way. Basically, where they're saying that they would like option 2, I think it is, in the original motion, and stop looking at the other things so that we can get on with the business case and get on with getting the LRT to Cambridge.
Okay, I'm going to have Commissioner Getsky speak to the implications and just kind of clarify the ask here.
So following the direction that we received in May, we've started, so we already had an ongoing study comparing 3 south terminals that are quite close to each other. And the work that we've been doing is to initiate the work to start developing what a Terminal 4 would look like, and then integrate it in that south terminal evaluation. So that piece of work is we talked to a consultant, we costed it, so it's about $60,000, and to be able to develop and evaluate it, that's about a 6-month period that would be required before we initiate the business case. So the difference in let's say that's the schedule that is presented to you in that report for information, so the impact of that direction is just adding the 6 months compared to the previous schedule, which we had presented in May.
Okay, so with Councillor Liggett's, I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves. First, we need to waive this notice
Waive
of
the
motion.
So either we do it or we don't.
Or we don't, otherwise this conversation is pointless right now. So who is the seconder for the notice of motion, the waiving it? Councillor.
From this point of view, I'm willing to do it, but I want to be clear that I don't support the change.
Okay, so we have Councillor Verbanovic has seconded it. Now we're going to vote, and we need the 2/3 vote in order to continue this conversation.
What is it? Come on. You promised to vote for it.
Okay, so it is defeated, and the report was only received for information. Is there anybody who wants to speak to this report? Not? We're done with it. Okay. Yeah, it's just for information. Okay. Okay, so we are now at 7.3.2. Sewer Use Bylaw 21-036, Enforcement Tool Implementation. I'll call on Commissioner Rose. There is a staff presentation for this.
Thank you, Chair. So one of the many things regional staff do to protect the environment is enforcing compliance with the Environmental Protection Act and the region's sewer use bylaw. Our staff monitor wastewater leaving local industry and respond to spills that may harm the region's wastewater treatment plants and the natural environment. This report is brought before you as an information report to let you know that we will be moving forward with implementing the enforcement piece of the sewer use bylaw, which was approved a couple of years ago. We have taken an education approach until now and felt it was time to start to move to different levels of enforcement. This report is part of our communication plan regarding this next step in enforcement. Director McNeil has prepared a presentation on the report to walk you through the important details.
Thank you, Jennifer, and good afternoon, members of the Planning and Works Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to bring you an update on the plans in Water and Wastewater Division to implement tools within the sewer use bylaw intended to help with its enforcement. Today's presentation is a companion to the written report also shared to the committee and helps to bring awareness of tools already in place through the last sewer use bylaw update that the region is now desiring to put into effect. Next slide, please. A quick recap of the sewer use bylaw is a great place to start. We know this bylaw governs and regulates the discharge of water and wastewater into the sewer system within the region. It protects our sewers from blockages and corrosive chemicals that damage our pipes. It protects our workers and the public from offensive sewer odors. It protects wastewater treatment plants from upset and non-compliance. It guards our drinking water supply and protects the natural environment, and as such, it's an important piece of legislation. Next slide, please. A bit of background on the sewer use bylaw. It's coming off. It actually tears off. Okay, thank you. Thanks. A bit of background on the sewer use bylaw. The original bylaw was approved in 1990. Only minor amendments occurred to it over the last 31 years. The update in 2021 saw extensive consultation with area municipalities, local industry, internal departments such as economic development, and the public. The new bylaw was approved by Regional Council in June of 2021. The bylaw includes enforcement tools available to environmental officers for infractions and non-compliance. Earlier this spring, the Attorney General approved the region's short-form ticket wording for 35 separate bylaw offenses. Later this spring, the Ontario Court of Justice approved the set fines for each offense outlined in the bylaw. Next slide, please. Next, we'll move to the implementation of tools and what this specifically means. Starting September 1st, bylaw enforcement tools that were approved in 2021 will come into effect. Of course, the region will continue to work with business and industry that have breached the bylaw, always starting with education. Should matters not be resolved, there are 4 tools available for use. Environmental officers can issue an order to cease a contravening bylaw activity. An order has no monetary penalty associated with it, but can lead to a summons to court if not complied with. Next, tickets can be issued, ranging from $150 to $500 per infraction. Following this, a summons can be issued with a starting fine of $500 and a maximum fine of $10,000 if offenses continue. At any time, recovery of costs can be pursued if responsible parties fail to take action and the region needs to remediate the site. These expenses can be recouped through court action or property taxes. For the committee's convenience, Appendix B, included with the council report, lists the 35 ticketable offenses and their associated fines. Next slide, please. As mentioned, there are many different ticketable offenses. One common example is the discharging of matter into the sewer. Bearing in mind an education first approach, if the spill was deemed ticketable, this set fine in this case is $500. Discretion of the issuance of a ticket would be used by our officers if the spiller pays for cleanup and/or if details such as whether this was a first-time offense would be taken into consideration. The most common offenses seen in the region are restaurants dumping grease and oil into the sewer, paint drywall contractors emptying pails of paint or rinsing tools, concrete and ready-mix companies washing trucks, equipment, and tools containing concrete into the roadway or the sewer, aggregate driveway installations such as rinsing aggregate and chemicals into the sewer or roadway, and emptying or backwashing of pools with high levels of chlorine and algicide. We often receive these spills from members of committee and from concerned residents, which allow our environmental officers to investigate. The pictures before you are real examples of infractions, some of which you may have shared with us recently. The first picture is the dumping of restaurant grease. The second photo is the dumping of paint into a sewer. The third picture is asphalt resurfacing runoff. And the last picture is concrete washed onto the road, which inevitably finds its way into a sewer. Year to date, in 2023 alone, we've seen 146 spills of varied nature in the region. Regrettably, the environmental enforcement team also sees repeat occurrences of these offenses with little regard to the bylaw. Spills to sanitary sewers can cause treatment challenges downstream at the treatment plants. Spills to storm sewers lead directly to water courses and can harm aquatic and animal life in nearby streams and rivers. Naturally, both are concerning and important to prevent from occurring. Next slide, please. Finally, in closing, we have a series of communication and outreach activities planned for the balance of the month, leading up to the implementation date of September 1st. Today's presentation brings awareness to committee. Next, we'll be notifying companies that have been issued a surcharge or compliance permit within the year. We'll also have targeted mailers planned to educate business in the 5 key sectors previously mentioned in this presentation. Concurrently, we'll be notifying the area municipalities and townships, as well as running prominent reminders on the region's website and providing links to the current sewer use bylaw. I'd like to thank the committee for the opportunity to bring an update on the planned activities in line with the sewer use bylaw. This concludes today's presentation. At this time, I'd like to open the floor to any questions, and I'll be joined by Manager Amy Shaw, who currently leads this operational team, to assist in responding to any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. I have Councillor Foxton.
Thank you. I know you guys thought I'd shut up for change. So this is an issue because in the town of Ayr, we found we didn't find the individual, but poured paint down the sewer. That was one of the pictures, wasn't it? Yeah. So we know who did it, but we can't prove it, as you said. So now this individual does it, before it was directly in. Now they do it down the curb, as you've got the picture of. Same individual, but again, we can't visually prove it. Can I beat the guy? No, but okay, so that's the problem. And I think when you send out the information that you have, could you do it so that we can Facebook and tweet, we can put posters on it, I can nail it to their door? So I'd really appreciate that, because they don't know the cost to their community, which actually costs more tax dollars to clean up the crap that they're doing. And there's drop-off places they can take this stuff. Just really, can you tell it ticks me off? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunick.
Sorry, through you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for the very informative and good report. And also, special thanks for describing the visuals. It's very helpful. Thanks.
Chair Redmond.
Thank you, Chair James. I really appreciate the report. Glad to see that we're going to enforce it. Can you just remind us who enforces this? For the fee, I understand that there might be court as it escalates, but who actually does the enforcement that Councillor Foxton was referring to?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to Amy Shaw, Manager of Operations here at EELS, who will be able to walk you through that.
Through the chair. So our group is the Environmental Enforcement and Laboratory Services Group, and we've got 9 senior environmental officers, and they will be designated through the commissioner to be able to enforce these tools in the bylaw. We're going through the training right now where they're receiving significant training on how to write Part 1 and Part 3 summons, how to take note-taking, how to go through procedural court issues. So there's an extensive training period that's happening right now. So it will be my officers who will be enforcing the bylaw through these means.
And not to conflate two unrelated issues, but we dealt with adding to our contingency of bylaw officers. Are the people to whom you refer called bylaw officers?
Through the chair, no. These are senior environmental officers, so we're not adding any new staff. They already are in place. They're the staff that right now sample all of the regulated drinking water. They also sample the industries throughout the region, and they're the ones responding to spills right now. So it's existing staff, no new staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will move on to item 3.3.3, that's the Waterloo Landfill Waste Transfer Station Renewal.
Thank you, Chair James. So the Waterloo Landfill was first built in 1973. And I didn't live in the region in 1973. I probably wouldn't remember either because I was only 3 years old, but I imagine there was no development around the landfill at that time. And the public drop-off was built in the 1980s. So we've got a facility there that is quite old, and I'm saying that about myself too, I guess, when the region's population was much smaller. It was built to accommodate the growth in the region. However, we've reached a point where there's more growth in the region, and we need to redesign the entire public drop-off transfer station area. As many of you know, Costco is right across the road from the public drop-off, and oftentimes on a Saturday morning when people are trying to get to Costco or trying to go to our facility, there's a bit of a backup at the roundabout that's there. The new redesign of the transfer station will seek to eliminate that by making it easier for cars to get through our transfer station. Also, due to the age of the infrastructure, we do We do need to upgrade and replace much of the infrastructure that's in the current area right now. The report before you is just an award of the consultant to do the detailed design and contract admin. However, this is a significant project for the region, and I wanted to bring it to your attention, but just through this little introduction that we will be doing this work. And Director Arsenault is here to answer any questions you may have about the design, the new design, if you have any. Thank you.
I am seeing no questions from council. There is a motion. I will need a mover for that. Councillor Deutschman, and a seconder, Councillor Craig. Okay, you will be prompted on e-scribe. And this is the last report for Planning and Works. Okay, so that is carried. Correspondence has been received for information. We had quite a bit of correspondence, so I want to thank all residents that have emailed council directly with perspectives on today's agenda. As always, there's many ways to share your views, including council, including delegating, emailing, or visiting the Engage Waterloo website. 8.1, the council committee and tracking list has been provided. And is there any other business? Councillor Craig.
Oh, yes, I forgot.
I'll be very short. We had a number of delegations here today, and one of the delegations was here in the LRT. And they've left because the LRT got bumped to the end of the agenda. So what I'm suggesting, and we might consider, Chair, is that we do the agenda in order of the delegations that come in, so that the agenda item for the LRT should have been dealt with that delegation speaking first, and so on down the road, instead of leaving people all afternoon waiting for their item to come up. And I think that's an issue that we might want to consider. That's all I'm suggesting.
We do have closed. Thank you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Deutschman.
Thank you, Chair James. I'll bring up this matter next committee. It's just about adding the community safety zone review to the tracking list, but I see Mr. Gutska is not here right now, so I can deal with it next time.
Okay, seeing no further other business requests, the next Planning and Works Committee will be on Tuesday, September 12th at, Tuesday, September 12th, that's twice, at 9 a.m. And there will be Planning and Works statutory public meeting regarding the regional official plan amendment. I need we now have a motion to go into close, so I need a mover, Councillor Foxton, seconder, Councillor Williams, and we can now vote on e-scribe. Everyone's yes? Okay, that is carried. Okay, so we will now start a vote to adjourn the plan. A mover and a seconder, don't go anywhere just yet. Need someone to move. Chair Redmond, Councillor McCabe, this will be to adjourn the Planning and Works. And everyone's a yes? Okay, that's carried. All right, meeting is adjourned.